Um, Harold Alder Harrington McKinney is excused this evening, so you would be eligible to vote. So just get that set. First, I would like to welcome Robbie Weber as the new commission member. We're still missing one, the second alternate, but in terms of members, we're all full now. So Robbie, if you'd like to say a few words and introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm pleased to be joining the commission. As some may know, I was an alder for 6 years, and I also served on various transportation commissions. Sorry?
I'm sorry, I missed having Aiden call a roll. Aiden, you should be going like this at me. Robbie, if you could just wait 1 minute. I was taking notes and I slid right past that.
Sorry about that. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah, sorry, Robbie. We'll come back to you in a second.
Charles Miazzi.
Present.
Chris McCahill.
Here.
Ann Kovich.
Here.
Denise Jess.
Here.
Bill Bremer.
Here.
Bridget Brown.
Present.
Harold Clemes.
Here.
Patricia Bennett.
Here.
Robbie Weber.
Here.
And Barbara Harrington McKinney, who is excused.
Okay, let's go back to you, Robbie. Sorry about that. I slid right past that. I shouldn't have.
It's okay. So anyway, I was an alder for 6 years, and I served on various transportation commissions, both while an alder and then for a few years afterwards. And I recently retired from doing some transportation policy and practice work at the university, where I worked with Chris McCahill. And I guess for future reference, I'm also on the board of directors for Madison Bikes and worked for Bicycle Federation of Wisconsin for 9 years. And then I was on the board there for a little while. So I have a lot of transportation background.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, great. Well, welcome to the commission. We certainly appreciate all the experience that you have, and look forward to hearing your feedback on the large amount of work that we seem to have every month. So welcome.
Thank you.
All right, everybody have an opportunity to look at the minutes from the last meeting. If so, is someone willing to make a motion? Chris?
Yeah, move approval.
Alder Miazzi?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote in favor of approving the minutes unless anybody wishes to vote no. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, see no hands. Motion's passed. I don't think I saw any public comment this evening. Do we have any public comment on things not on the agenda?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Disclosures and recusals, anybody? Okay, out of an abundance of caution, I'm just going to mention something as a disclosure. On item number 10, the Safe Streets Madison, while we're not taking action on it this evening, the number one project on the PED bike listing is Moreland Road. And I live right off of Moreland Road and have a huge personal interest. Many of you have heard me talk about this. Harold and Bill on the traffic calming subcommittee, I mentioned it a lot. So I've been lobbying for some increased pedestrian safety, which was already on the city's radar. But I just mentioned that so people know that I have a real personal interest because I walk around that neighborhood all the time. So not sure if it's really necessary, but out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to mention it. Any other disclosures or recusals? Okay. Next, we have the consent agenda. We have items number 2 through 8 proposed for the consent agenda. I don't believe we have anybody from the public registered to speak or even registered on any of those items. Is that correct, Joe and Aiden?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any of the proposed items which commissioners wish to be separated from the consent agenda? Harold?
Could we please separate item 768, 706? I have a question there.
Okay. Robbie?
So I'm just a little unclear about what a couple of these things are. So actually, just if somebody could just explain to me what item 3 means.
Well, if we want to talk about it, we should separate it from the consent agenda. Would you like to separate item 3?
Yeah, I just want to know what it's about. That's all.
Okay, so let's separate that one from the consent agenda. Anything else?
Oops.
Okay, so we would have items 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8 left. Anybody wish any of those to be separated? Chris?
Yeah, why don't we pull out 8 so that we can hear a little about that.
Okay, all right. So any others? Okay, so for the consent agenda, we have item 2, Legistar 68489, item 4, Legistar 68468, item 5, Legistar 68488, item 6, Legistar 68423. Anybody willing to make a motion on those consent agenda items? Harold?
Move approval on the suggested items.
Okay, is a motion, is there a second? Denise? Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote on those items on the consent agenda. If anybody wishes to vote no, please raise your hand. Okay, so let's move to item 3 then. Justin?
Sure, and Jennifer Schiller is here with me. She may need to fill in some gaps. But this item 3 is it's a fairly common, or I guess it's a routine thing that we do every year, partnership that we have with the county to provide some support for transportation for mainly, I believe, elderly and disabled individuals, where, you know, I'm not fully up to speed on all the details of the program, but essentially we're passing through $71,000 in state aid in partnership with the county, and they administer this program to support this the transportation for these folks that otherwise would fall to our Metro Paratransit service, and so this isn't an extra expenditure for us. This is in some ways supporting a program that keeps those folks out of our system and booking rides through our system. So I don't believe it's a net increase in cost, but if Jennifer's on, she might be able to.
Yeah, I see Jennifer's on. Did you have anything to add, Jennifer?
No, so Justin's correct. And that dollar amount for the city has remained the same, whereas Dane County is adding more dollars to that fund this year, but Madison's portion of that is staying the same. And it is in our budget allocated as a Dane County line item expense that we work with them on.
Okay, Robbie, did you have any other questions?
No, I just wasn't sure what it was.
Sure.
So,
Okay, no problem. Anybody willing to make a motion? Harold?
Move approval.
Bill, is that a second?
That is a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, well, assuming unanimous consent vote, unless anybody wishes to vote no, if so, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried. Let's move on to item 7 then. Sabrina?
Hi, good evening. Yeah, so item 7 is a fee proposed. Really, it's a administrative processing fee. So a little bit of background: when a person loses their entry ticket, which has their time that they entered on that, that's what they use to exit. Calculates the fee due. If at one point they either lose it or it, you know, often they drop under a seat, they're able to relocate those later. At the time of exit, because we can't calculate the actual fee owed since we don't know when they entered, it's a $30 lost ticket fee. And that's essentially set at about what it would cost for a full day of parking at one of the higher rate garages, so Wilson Garage or Brayton Lot. And that's intended as well to prevent folks from intentionally losing their ticket to pay a lower rate than what they would have. So that's how we establish that fee and what it is. If at any point in the future a person finds their lost ticket, they can mail that in to us along with their receipt that shows the exit time. We then calculate the difference between what they would have paid at the time had they not lost the ticket and refund that difference. That's processed through our Munis financial system. So there's, you know, quite a bit of, you know, staff time involved in terms of calculating that fee, entering it, scanning the documentation in, and then actually processing and cutting a check to then mail to the customer. So the intent here is just to recoup those costs involved with offering that service.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Sabrina. I think my main question would have been there, does the $4 actually cover your expenses? Because based on the description of the process in the memo, and this you have just laid it out with like cutting a check, mailing it out, staff time to do the calculation. I mean, it sounds pretty involved. So I mean, I guess I want to make sure that you actually recover these expenses, because it seems like basically this is a courtesy to people who lose their ticket and then refind it.
Mm-hmm. I do think it will. That was the best kind of estimate, taking a look at sort of staff time, what materials, postage might look like in that process. So certainly we can't charge more than what it costs us to provide that service. So I think that the $4 is I think a safe estimate to make sure that it's as close to covering costs without potentially exceeding actual cost for that.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments or questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve? Bill?
I'll make a motion for approval of this.
And Pat, is that a second?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Denise, is that another second, or did you have comments?
It's another second. I just couldn't lower my hand fast enough.
Okay, no problem. All right, further discussion.
Raise hand button.
Okay, seeing no hands, we'll assume unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, motion's carried. Okay, let's move on to item 8 then. Justin, the partnership agreements. You're muted, Justin.
Thanks. This is a resolution authorizing new partner agreements with all the Metro partners. This has really been in process for about a year now. So a year or so ago, with the pandemic, we really started to realize some of the challenges that existed with the way the partnership agreements previously were written. Basically, all of the partners previously had paid a proportional share of Metro's cost based on the hours of service in each of those jurisdictions. And that is still planned to be the case going forward. But the challenge that we encountered is that with COVID and when partners were adjusting their service levels due to COVID, it means that changes the proportion of the system for everyone else. And so what we were seeing was some pretty wild fluctuations in partner costs that obviously they weren't planning for and didn't budget for and didn't change anything about their service to create. And so that it really exposed some flaws in that system where everyone's cost is dependent on everyone else's decisions. The other piece that became very clear is that partners could leave the system at any time, but we as Metro have made capital investments in a bus that might have a 12-year lifespan, and so it was a big risk exposure for us to partners to be able to just leave whenever they wanted. And so we started a conversation with all of the partners about ways that we could improve that dynamic, make the contracts a bit more resilient and less prone to fluctuations, because they were equally frustrated in that we would true up things at the end of the year, and if what their estimated payments differed from the actual costs, we would just send them a bill at the end of the year, and they wouldn't have any ability to budget for that. So we started that conversation, convened many of the mayors from across the region, as well as higher ups within UW and MMSD, to really explore this problem. Where we landed is kind of a two-tiered system, one for our municipal partners, so Sun Prairie, Middleton, Verona, and Fitchburg, a system where we continue this true cost sharing model where we do an actual calculation and share those costs proportionally, but we do so kind of with an operating reserve account as a buffer between what they pay and what their expenses are. And we're doing this basically so that they can be confident that they just pay in the same amount every year plus 3%, and they can budget that for many years into the future. They pay the money into an operating reserve, and their actual expenditures are drawn from the operating reserve. So it kind of creates that buffer. And we're fortunate to have the federal funding of the Rescue Act funds right now that would also be proportionally divided between the partners. And so we can create a kind of a starting balance in each of those operating reserve accounts using those federal funds. And so each partner is able to create this buffer without actually spending any more money out of their own pocket right out of the gate. And our projections show that that should be sustainable in the long term as costs go through their fluctuations in the next couple of years, but then kind of normalize out in future years. The other thing that this does is that that operating reserve account cannot be withdrawn. So obviously each partner has their own legislature and mayor that may at some point in the future decide to leave the system. And we didn't want to be in a contractual requirement to do so, to stay in the system where we're potentially suing each other about it. And so the solution that we decided upon is that this operating reserve is kind of never to be refunded to the partner. So if a partner does decide to leave, they can do so, but they forfeit the remaining balance of that operating reserve. And that operating reserve is then redistributed to all the other partners to compensate them for the increased costs they will experience because of that one partner leaving. So it's really a kind of a system set up to where they all recognize the risk of another one leaving, and so that's kind of where they see the value in this commitment and this disability to actually return those funds at some point in the future. So that's the way the system is structured for the municipal partners. For the non-municipal partners, I'm sorry, and that includes MMSD as well. So their structure is set up the same way. For UW, Madison College, and UW Health, we are pursuing a slightly modified version where for Madison College and UW Health, most likely we will go to a flat fee model. Those entities both just need service. They don't really care which route it's on or anything like that. And so for them, just committing a certain flat dollar amount growing with inflation every year gives us the flexibility to modify the routes and still serve them appropriately. For UW, they do have their own actual routes, and they strongly want to go to more of a contracted service model where there is no fluctuation in cost. Truly, they know their dollar per hour and they pay that dollar per hour. We had extensive discussion with them about the risk involved in that for the city of Madison, absorbing potential fluctuations in cost or revenue. And they have agreed to add a premium to that for our risk. And so we're basically structuring that contract to be $80 an hour, even though our expected net cost for them is about $73 an hour. So we've run our numbers and we feel confident that protects us from fluctuations that we might expect. But the contract does still have an out that if there is a major disruption, another COVID, something like that, or the state just completely ends our funding or pulls it back completely or significantly, that we do still have the ability to reopen that contract and renegotiate it. But we do feel confident that premium, that risk premium, is sufficient to cover anything that we could foreseeably expect. So in total, I think it's a fairly big change that's very administrative and kind of behind the scenes. But as far as kind of ensuring strong partner relationships going forward, I think it's a huge step forward, and I think it will really make our relationship much better. And the region's partnership much stronger going forward.
Comments or questions for Justin? Chris, go ahead.
Thanks, Justin. So I guess under the last structure, we could have scaled back service to some of those tier 1 partners during COVID, and at least then they would not pay for it. What's the like minimum guaranteed service under the new arrangement?
So it varies by partner, but it's generally 90% of their 2019 service levels. So they can make adjustments in their service by up to 10%. Anything below that, they're basically committing to pay at least 90% of their hours from 2019. Because obviously if they cut it back by 50%, we still have the buses just idled in our garage that we are no longer running. And so that will impact everyone else. So we wanted to make sure we gave them a little bit of flexibility while also protecting our service and the investments that have been made to provide that service for them. So, but yeah, I mean, the actual number itself varies a little bit, but it's basically 90% of their 2019 service level.
Thanks.
Okay, other comments or questions for Justin? Okay, someone willing to make a motion? Harold?
Move approval.
Chris, is that a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing no hands, we'll move on to item 9. Sabrina.
All right, and I do have just a short presentation, if I can share my screen. All right. The proposal before you, just before I go into it, is the removal of the temporary curbside pickup spaces. And we're proposing January 18th of next year to remove the temporary signage and put either the standard restrictions that are in place, and or potentially change those. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But right here, what you're looking at is what the curbside pickup space looks like. We've hooded the meter, and you'll note it's posted as a loading zone for curbside pickup. A little bit about the history and why this particular restriction was created in the first place. In March of 2020, when the pandemic hit, as maybe you'll recall, we suspended essentially all on-street parking restrictions. That included meters, so payment wasn't required. The time limit restrictions were also not enforced at meters, and posted time limit restrictions. The loading zones were still being enforced, but essentially all other restrictions were suspended during that time. And that was intended to help encourage and support folks being able to work from home, and also eliminate contact with making payment at meters, those various reasons. So what we found, as you'd expect when all of the meters were suspended, they were essentially 100% occupied all day by commuters who were still coming into work. And the businesses were, noting significant problems for getting customers to be able to find a place to park for just a quick stop for takeout and curbside pickup. And we needed a way to communicate that this particular restriction was enforced. So there was no way we could just designate a different, short-term parking, since all time limits were already suspended. So the curbside loading zone, which sort of in reality was actually enforced and treated as a short-term parking spot, since it did allow folks to actually just park, leave their vehicle, and not have it being attended as you would typically have in a loading situation. And again, that was to provide availability of that short-term parking to mitigate those impacts from all-day parkers. There were at the time 98 spaces. I believe we've got over 100 currently. So some of the questions that have been raised, and we've gotten requests and questions as we've been communicating with businesses about whether the streeteries, as we're moving forward with a more permanent streeter program, whether those spaces taken out of service for the streetery could then be essentially reserved specifically for those businesses during the off season for exclusive use by their customers and drivers. And the answer to that is no. And sort of the difference between being able to reserve spaces for that streetery versus for exclusive parking use is the parking privileges. So state statute does not allow us to give special parking privileges to designate or reserve on-street parking for parking uses specifically for an individual or business or organization. There are some exceptions carved out that allow us to have the residential parking permit program and to be able to designate spaces that are reserved for persons with disabilities. Again, that proposed date would be January 18th. In place of that, in general, a lot of the spaces that are designated as curbside are already 25-minute meters that will serve really the same purpose as these curbside temporary spaces are now in terms of providing turnover. And we wouldn't have, currently those meters, we pay about $5 per meter per month for the software support and data fees associated with having those. And they've been sitting hooded for about a year and a half now. So we are paying to have those spaces, covered and in service without collecting any revenue. And then in locations where there may be a need for evening pickup, meters, are only enforced from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Additional postings could be added as permanent short-term parking restrictions to cover those evening hours if there's different needs that a short-term meter might not be able to meet. In terms of the process, essentially following the removal, and we've already been in discussions with some businesses communicating our intent to change this in the near future and remove those temporary postings and find more permanent solutions. So it's not necessarily that the businesses have to wait until after the removal, but they would essentially contact our staff. Those would be reviewed as well to look at whether there would be impacts to other businesses if we were to designate additional short-term, and also whether there were spaces for persons with disabilities that might be impacted or that they're being requested to be relocated. Otherwise, so that would be a staff review recommendation to the parking manager, who would deny or approve that request. Certainly if there were controversial items or disagreement among businesses, that could be something brought for the TC to weigh in on a particular location. But largely we feel that a combination of 20-minute parking signage and short-term meters should really serve and just replace the temporary postings that are in place now. And with that, happy to take any questions.
I believe we have some people registered to speak on that. Is that correct, Aiden?
Yep, there are a few.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and listen to the members of the public, and then we'll have questions from the commission.
So the first is Jennifer DeBolt, who opposes and wishes to speak.
Yes, I guess, thank you for listening. I have a question. I'm with the Old Fashioned, and we are not taking a parking spot, but we do have a permit from the city to have a curbside pickup in between the last parking space and the bus stop. Now, is that going to be removed in this proposal?
Sabrina, why don't you go ahead and answer that?
Sure, I might have, if Bill Putnam is on, I don't know if he's familiar with that particular space to weigh in on that location.
Well, I'm familiar with the location, but not any permit that we would have issued for curbside pickup. We've tried to respond to businesses' requests for curbside pickup spaces, but those would only be put in areas where parking was already allowed. Typically a bus stop or no parking area, we would not have a curbside pickup space in. So I'm a little unclear how that may have been given a permit or done.
So Bill, maybe you and Sabrina could take that offline with Jennifer DeBolt and get back with her to make sure that her question gets answered.
Sure thing.
Does that work, Jennifer?
That's fine, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Did you have other comments?
Not at this time, although I have to say that this has been imperative to our businesses around the square. There is no quick parking for somebody to run in and get food. And actually our to-go business has increased in the last 3 weeks in fear of the pandemic and the weather. We're doing 18% of our business right now on a to-go basis. With that being taken away from our businesses, that's going to be very detrimental. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there questions for Jennifer from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Next, Aiden.
Next is Tori Girding, who opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Tori.
Hey, sorry, my computer is being a little bit sassy. I kind of just wanted to reread an email that I had kind of corresponded on this just to give you guys more of a backstory of our position at Ancora on this. I'd written that I understand the city only deems the stalls temporary curbside pickup spots due to the pandemic, but my confusion arises from the fact that we are still living in a pandemic. So why has this emergency order been removed? I still have customers who cannot come into my cafe due to health issues or not feeling comfortable in public spaces yet. And the effects of this pandemic are very real still on small businesses, as you know. I do find it strange that language has been written to allow parking spaces to continue to be used as outdoor cafe spaces, but not curbside pickup. This rule ends up only catering to bars where customers are warned by alcohol consumption and can stand these frigid temps. Outdoor seating in Madison is just not feasible for our cafe or many typical restaurants. What we can hope to do is offer curbside pickup and squeak our way through these cold months while new variants of COVID spring up and consumer confidence is, of course, getting low again. With my neighbors utilizing much of the adjacent parking with permanent streeteries, parking is already a nightmare. So even our indoor business right now hurts from patrons not being able to find convenient parking to pop in for a quick bite. To be clear, I have no issues with anyone still having their patios up and I applaud the effort. However, it just makes parking extra tricky during the winter months when customers are much less willing or ready to walk and snag a quick coffee. At Ancora, we've stayed open in every capacity available to us throughout the pandemic and have diligently followed all guidelines and public safety measures that the city has put forth with us to enforce upon our patrons, including masks on when not taking sips or bites. And as you can imagine, when this is not being enforced in other places, customers, especially college kids, go elsewhere. So we are constantly battling enforcing public health policies on top of everything else we are dealing with. The curbside pickup stalls were at least something to offer the customers that didn't want to deal with coming inside and following policy, as well as the customers who can't risk coming into our cafes at this point due to their own health issues or small unvaccinated children. As discussed with Bill Putnam, I'm in agreement with you that we need to be mindful of having enough handicap parking available, and I'm definitely in favor of a space on King Street being permanently dedicated to handicap use. However, I'm still hoping there is a way to designate some curbside pickup areas for businesses, just as the city was able to grant earlier on in the pandemic. I know we all badly want to be out of this pandemic, but unfortunately it's still not over and restaurants will continue to be one of the hardest hit industries until it is. Just wanted to make sure you all have the full picture as to why these are really important to us and other businesses with similar quick service models, especially over these next few winter months. I appreciate everyone's time here, and I'm just hopeful that we can all find a solution that will continue to work temporarily until this pandemic is behind us. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tori. Are there questions for Tori from the commissioners? Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, so, and I actually probably wanted to ask the previous registrant as well. Do you have, I believe you have parking on King Street normally in front, sort of on your side of the street. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep. Right now there are two, technically three, because no one was using it, 3 spaces that are bagged for curbside pickup.
Okay. But when those are not bagged, what length of time are those spots?
They pre-pandemic were 2-hour spots.
Okay. Would you support and would it be useful if those were permanently converted to 25-minute spots?
I love the idea of those being 25-minute spots when we're a little bit further out of this pandemic. I think it's great to see more turnover. Otherwise, we did have a lot of problems pre-pandemic with people just parking in them all day, or I'd even have to scold employees for parking in them during their shifts and just plugging the meter all day. So
okay.
What
about a permanent loading zone, which would be actively, they'd have to be actively attending their car. Would you support that?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was turned into that during the pandemic. The space that was kind of behind Divino it was the last stall across from Madison's got turned into that, and that's been really nice for delivery drivers and just all the business owners on the block taking stuff out of their car. So that would be great.
But customers would be able to use those as well, I believe. So they would
Oh.
be able to load and unload because but the vehicle would have to be attended. So you would be able to deliver to the curb as you do
Mhm.
now.
Yeah, I
Would
think
you
if put
support,
in the
would you
right
support
area.
that as opposed to an actual parking spot?
Like turning one of the parking spots, are you asking into that?
Yeah, because that way, instead of 25 minutes, they would have
Mhm.
to wait at the curb while, say, you bring out food for curbside pickup.
Yeah, I mean, I think if that would be something the city would allow in the future, that is terrific. I don't know if short term that does the trick. I mean, a big problem we're having even with the curbside spaces is we police them a lot ourselves and make sure that people aren't staying in them all day or parking in them and spending a few hours somewhere else. So I guess as long as it was monitored.
Okay, I'm just
Mhm.
trying to judge what the businesses on your street prefer
Mhm.
for use of those curb spaces, longer term parking, short term parking, or loading zone. What would you prefer?
I think the only thing that gets a little bit tricky on our block, at least on King Street, is I am usually the only business that is open for I'm the only morning business, and then everyone else is mainly supper or night with the Majestic. So by the time a lot of them are open, parking is free and it's not really as big of an issue. So I don't know if I can speak for everyone, but I like the idea of quicker spots during the morning.
Okay,
hours.
that's I'm just asking because you're the one who
Yeah.
showed up to testify. So that was my question. And
Thanks for asking.
if the previous registrant is still on, I would be interested to hear. I
Joe,
think.
is Jennifer still there, Joe?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Do you have parking on Pinckney on your block?
Well, we do. There's some spaces that, is close to the front of the restaurant and they're metered. And then across the street, we've got some capital parking. But I mean, it's very, very limited.
Okay. So would you prefer or would you support taking away the ability for people to park and say sit down in your restaurant for say an hour would you prefer to have a loading zone or a short-term parking instead?
Definitely a loading zone. Most
so
of our
it would
patrons-
have to be attended. It would have to be attended vehicle.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Because we actually do the full curbside. We run the food out to the patrons.
Okay. Just curious. That was all I wanted to know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions for, I think we're on Tori at the moment. Other questions for Tori? Okay, Aiden, we have anyone else?
Yep. Lastly, there is Kristen Eitel, who opposes but does not wish to speak.
Okay, so that's all the registrations then?
For item 9, yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're looking for a motion. The recommendation was January 18th, and I'll look to hear comments and questions from people, but the memo also indicates or other date as determined by TC, or certainly other options that we have heard discussed. So comments or questions? Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe before we move on to motions, I have a question for Sabrina about the order of things, and that maybe seems to be something that the public comments also hinted at. So we have this January 18 data, and then the idea, like, yeah, maybe some of these actually should be short-term parking, some of these should be loading zones. And so it wasn't entirely clear what, from the parking utilities perspective, what the order of things was. Like, we change the situation on the 18th and then reassess like what adjustments we need to make, or the goal is to have figured out like, yeah, this spot is going to be a loading zone, this spot is going to be short-term parking by the time the change goes into effect on the 18th. Maybe you can clarify that, Sabrina.
Sure. So I think it's a little bit of both. So we are seeking input now on what businesses need and are looking for, and what timeframes to plan for removal and what that permanent replacement would be. And certainly, I think I mentioned short-term parking, but certainly a loading zone is another option, right, that we can replace. But ultimately, what we don't want is meters that we're paying $5 per month per space for, and paper signs that are probably realistically, it's going to be likely at least another year that the same needs will be in place. Who knows how much longer. So I think, we're at a point where we realize this is probably a longer term need, and paying $5 a month for meters that are bagged doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And if we're going to be replacing these more permanently, we can use those meters elsewhere and just remove them so they're not sitting hooded. So that's really where we're looking to go is, provide we're not looking to take away the availability and needs, but really to replace those temporary postings to meet the needs on a more permanent basis and going forward longer term. In terms of, we've received some requests and have been discussing, whether, right, it's a 25-minute meter, relocating some of those, having a different combination of time limit restrictions. Do we need restrictions later in the evening? I suspect there may be some businesses that don't necessarily know what the right complement is, or if existing restrictions when they're returned, if the 25-minute meter is returned, if that's going to be adequate and serve their needs. So I wouldn't say that every single space, the 100+ spaces and complement of all of those necessarily is going to be determined before January 18th, and there are likely locations that we'd want to study before putting an entire block of loading in to see if that's actually needed, or whether the turnover is adequate with the permanent restrictions put back in place.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Thanks. Sabrina, you might have said this, but when the meters are bagged, for example, if we decide to reactivate meters but bag some for loading, is there no revenue, or does someone have to pay to have that happen?
I'm not sure I understand the question. If to reactivate them, is that what you're asking, if there's a fee?
If we decide to designate a space as a loading area and bag the meter, then there are no revenues.
That's correct.
From that. Okay. I feel like this is kind of forcing a larger conversation, but in the case of something like King Street, where we heard, maybe there's only 3 spaces on one side of the street there, and we might be talking about designating 1 or 2 of those as a loading zone. Have you thought about, and are you allowed to charge more for that space, or those 1 or 2 spaces in that prime location?
So I don't think we can necessarily charge, more for a particular space. Our rates are established based on covering operating costs, and we have to have a kind of direct reason and expense associated with why we might charge a differential for a certain, I guess, type of restriction. Currently we're not making any revenue from loading zones, so it would, again, I think that's, as you said, probably a large discussion on whether there should be a permit program related to use of loading zones, but currently there's no fee for the use of those.
So, okay. So really what we're talking about here is if we want these loading zones, we need to give up those revenues. And we can't really make them up with other spaces unless we raise the prices across the board.
So in terms of, I think one thing to consider is when we look at short-term meters, right, a 25-minute meter relative to a 1-hour meter, literally right next to it, the revenues are significantly lower on 25-minute meters, and we know that in general either they're not used as frequently, and payment is, there's less compliance because somebody's just quick popping in and out, and that's why they're parking at that short-term meter. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily a direct 100% loss. We're likely going to gain that with longer term parkers at the space that's just a little further away with converting 20, going with a loading zone versus a 25-minute meter. There'll be some loss, but I guess I would say it's not as significant potentially as removing our 1 and 2 hour meters that are more heavily used and that we generate greater revenue from.
Okay, thanks.
Are there other questions? Okay, I have a question for Sabrina. Where did the January 18th date come from? We've heard a lot from people that the pandemic's still going on. The Old Fashioned's doing 18% of their business to go, and I'm guessing a lot of that's pandemic driven. Why do we need to do that right now? Would it be better to push it off a bit and maybe, to Harold's point earlier, get some of these things worked out with the businesses before we would actually remove the restrictions?
Sure. So January 18th was just looking at timeline for communication to occur, notice, looking at various plans. I think, again, to an extent, there will be locations that we probably need to study before necessarily, especially depending on what the request is. If we're looking at permanently posting something as a loading zone, or several spaces, just anecdotally looking at some of the usage, where we have almost entire block spaces that are posted as curbside pickup only. There's very little use, and striking a balance of having available spaces for people with disabilities, for other short-term parking needs, versus just designating an entire block face and really unnecessarily restricting. So it's partly striking the right balance. And I think there are some locations that we aren't going to know the impacts sort of post-pandemic until we study them with, what does that turnover look like? What's the usage and demands when we return them back to the previous restrictions. Now, certainly if there's locations that are obvious, there's only 2-hour parking meters, for instance, and there's no short-term parking, those are locations where, we're going to want to put in place immediately and before we remove the curbside, have a solution in place. So yeah, in terms of the 18th, it was just really timeline to communicate. Is there an immediate need? No, it certainly could be a different date. It was chosen because it's the date after the holiday to start it kind of mid-month. But again, certainly that could be changed. What I will say is there is no actual, in ordinance, there is no definition really of a curbside pickup space. So enforcement of these, they essentially don't legally exist. And now we're enforcing them, basically as a loading zone, but we are allowing short-term parking use for folks that are, parking at them and going in. to pick up, and they're the only person, they're not attending a vehicle. So we're sort of using it as both loading and short-term parking in terms of how they're being treated, but there is no real legal existence of that particular restriction, and we do have other restrictions that exist that serve that same purpose, whether it's short-term or a loading zone.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit rushed to me in terms of some of the issues that we've been talking about and we've been hearing from people. Harold, go ahead. You're muted, Harold.
Apologies. Question about the revenue impact or clarification on that. So we're talking about 100 spaces, but not all of those have bag meters where we need to pay those $5 a month. Do you have an estimate about roughly how much cost we're talking about month after month?
So I believe, I think all of those spaces, there may be a couple, but I'd say most are metered spaces. So let's say $500 to $600 per month that we're paying on those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other comments, questions? Robbie, go ahead. Or Harold, were you done? Your hand is still up. Done? Okay, Robbie, go ahead.
So just to clarify, I think we do have a provision where businesses that want to use the curb can bag meters and pay for that privilege. I know Overture does it quite a bit. I don't know if it's done other places, but we do have that in our bag of tools, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
What is the cost when Overture does it, for instance, as an example?
Sure, and I would just note that the uses for which meters can be hooded and reserved are specific. So to accommodate oversized vehicles and buses, and to accommodate loading, construction, and an adjacent work site. So there are very specific reasons for which a person could reserve a bag meter. But they pay the full $20 per space per day rate.
Okay. I was just curious because I knew that there was some way that we had bagged meters in non-COVID times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so other thoughts with regard to this? Are other people feeling that it's a little bit rushed, or are you comfortable with the recommendation of January 18th, or what are your thoughts? Harold?
Yeah, maybe to move this along, I would entertain a motion to request that that we change the date that this goes into effect to June 1st, 2022. And before it goes into effect, we get an additional update at TC.
Okay, is there a second for that? There's a couple of hands up. Bridget or Denise, is one of those a second for Harold?
Yeah, I would second that. This is
I would
Bridget.
second it as well.
Okay. So the motion is approval of a June 1st, 2022 date for removal of the temporary curbside pickup signage. But prior to that date, we would get an additional update at TC before that goes into effect. Did I get that right, Harold?
Yes, that's my intent.
Okay. Other comments? Are you done, Harold, or do you have other?
Yeah, I can quickly speak to it. I mean, I think
Sure, go ahead.
We got a pretty good sense that, yeah, maybe January 18 is a little bit too early. I mean, I understand the need that this is like a continuing process of figuring out, like, yeah, what do we do about this block? What do we do about this block? So January 18 seemed a little bit too soon for me. On the other hand, I do acknowledge, I mean, it does create costs for the city to have these bag meters, which doesn't seem like a great use of money. And so aiming for June 1st seems to provide everybody with enough time to answer some of these questions and like figure out, yeah, what is the best use of limited curb space to balance the needs of businesses, the needs of the parking utility for revenue, and other potential uses of the curb side space. So that seems like a good compromise to have. And yeah, bringing it back to TC once more, just to get an update on what the outcomes was, seems also reasonable. Thank you.
Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, that sounds like the right move to me. I just wanted to throw out there though that I'm really conflicted because the system we have now seems to be meeting a lot of needs, especially as we head into another winter with COVID. But it's sort of a wild, wild west approach. And so I think we need to figure out, in the meantime, the best way to meet all these needs we're hearing while staying within, I guess, some sort of tough constraints from the state. So hopefully, Sabrina, I think maybe we can come up with some good ideas. I don't know. It does seem tough, but yeah. One more comment I'll throw out there on this subject, since you pointed out that spaces can't, this prohibition on parking privileges. Are you looking into whether some businesses are using streeteries for parking some of the time for their own vehicles? I would just maybe call that to attention.
Sure. No, I was not aware or not heard that is the case.
Harold, your hand is still up. Are you, did you have further comment? Okay, Bill, go ahead.
Thank you, Ann. I will support this, but I guess I would, to Sabrina, I would, if we can start the study at.
Oh, you froze up there, Bill. Because we can't hear you anymore. There you go.
Okay, I took my video off. I'm having connection is unstable. I can support this, but I think to Sabrina that we could start the study with working with individual locations if we're going to make the case for converting these to permanent loading zones. So we could move that meter off of there as soon as possible if we are in fact going to make it a loading zone. So we, don't lose that $5 a month, move that meter someplace else. So, but I think we do need more time from just a citywide standpoint to keep the program alive. But I think it is going to, just pushing it down the road, it's still going to require at that time will be a painful, if you will, for some businesses. Let's work with those businesses now and see what's the best alternative for individual sites. Thanks.
Alder Foster, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, interesting discussion. Definitely dovetails a lot with some of the work that Chris and I were doing on the Transportation Policy and Planning Board around parking policy. I think this might be a good opportunity to look at even other options related to short-term parking. Like, is there any reason we can't bring it down to even 15-minute max instead of 25, and exploring being able to buy permits that would allow you to go into those spaces without plugging it, for example, that maybe some of the businesses for loading needs or something, because it seems like the needs are in the sort of loading zone style, but I agree that the idea of just giving a free space for access in kind of the heart of downtown doesn't seem like great parking management policy. So I think trying to capture the costs of that and the value and using price as a way to manage demand, I think does need to be an element of whatever's proposed, rather than just turning them into kind of free loading zones. Thanks.
Okay, so Sabrina, before we vote, do you have any other comments? This would give some additional time to get some of this worked out and maybe look at some of these additional options. Any other comments from you or from Bill?
No, I was just going to respond to Alder Foster's comments and say absolutely, in terms of looking at different, 15-minute time limit restrictions and other methods. Currently we've got a hang tag that contractors can purchase that allows them to, it's basically in lieu of a meter hood. They're not reserving a particular space, but they can basically scratch off the date, and then that permit is good at any meter for that day. So they don't have to plug a meter, and it's a way that businesses can provide, essentially pay for parking, and they're not plugging 20 different meters as they're working in different locations throughout the city. So I think, that could be, longer term an option that might be available for, others in delivery drivers. So certainly great comments, and I think we could absolutely look into some shorter time limits as well.
Okay, are there other comments? Okay, as I have the motion for TC approval of June 1st, 2022 as the date for removal of the temporary curbside pickup signage with an interim report required from the parking division before we get to that June 1st date about the status. Fairly stated there, Harold? Okay. Other comments or questions? Okay, so we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or wishes a roll call vote. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, motion is carried. All right, thanks everybody. We're going to move on to item 10, Safe Streets Madison. We do have some people registered, at least one, I think, registered to speak on this, but our normal pattern would be to get a presentation from staff and then hear from the public so that the public can have the benefit of hearing from staff before they make their comments. So Renee, Tom, are you handling this? Yang, you starting out? Who's going to go for it first?
Yeah, thanks, Anne. Good evening, everyone. So Renee and Tom will be leading the discussion. But before they start, I just want to clarify that the purpose of the item at today's meeting. So we did get some questions from a few folks asking about that. So I think our initial materials will be the confusion on that, especially with the project list attached. So the purpose of this item at the meeting is to discuss further with the commission on the Safe Streets Madison process. And thanks to the Traffic Calming Joint Subcommittee on the good work on that. So staff has worked more on that, developed a program. And also through the process, we found it's very challenging as we get a large number of different requests that we need to fit into the program. So the demand is overwhelming. And so we decided to provide the real example of the different lists. So you have some idea about what types and quantities of requests that we're dealing with the project. So we're not seeking any approval of those specific projects at this meeting. Those are going to be in the future, but we use that as a background for discussion on the process. So I just want to clarify on that, and I'll hand over to Renee and Tom.
All right, thank you. So we will be short because this is, as mentioned, just for information to try to get everyone kind of on the same page. We know from the group, we have some people here who were on the traffic calming subcommittee, so are super familiar with this, and other people who, are newer to the committee. So we will just be very quick here since you will see us again soon. Let's see. Anyway, I'll get started even though I don't know if this looks correct. There we go. So we have, this program is new for 2022, and hopefully you saw the whole guide is on there for those of you who have time to read it, who are newer to the community committee. But this is kind of the Cliff Notes version to kind of help bring everyone up to speed. And basically this new Safe Streets Madison program kind of consolidates some programs that have been around for quite a while, that were focused in slightly different ways, and kind of brings them into alignment with sort of goals and priorities that the city has currently today. And so you'll see it's sort of focused primarily in on safety, kind of using some of the things from our Vision Zero program that some of you are familiar with, including looking at our high injury network where our serious and fatal crashes primarily happen, as well as looking more closely at trying to close gaps in the walking and biking network, to ensure accessibility for people of all ages and abilities. And so these are kind of in line with initiatives that you have heard of or will be hearing more about, including Vision Zero and a project that's ongoing called Complete and Green Streets. So as I said, there is limited funding, unfortunately, in the city. We can't do everything that we'd like to do. So as mentioned, these really tries to look at where are our priorities today. So I just have a little bit in here about speeding because we did have that program that some of you are familiar with that was focused very much on traffic calming on residential streets. And this program tries to look at speeding in a larger, more broad perspective, and not maybe at one block or one street, but on a neighborhood level, and where does speeding most have the impact on safety and those serious fatal crashes. So process. So we thought it would be good to kind of go through the process a little bit since we're all new to this. And one of the things is the Transportation Committee will be reviewing and eventually approving projects through this program. And you'll see that if you looked at the PDFs that kind of have, we broke the projects up into kind of the old categories because it's a little bit overwhelming to look at all around 275 that are on that list just in one way. And it kind of helps you get a feel for, you know, what kinds of things we're hearing about or what kinds of things staff or neighborhood resource teams might be asking about, just to kind of get your head around what is a lot of locations. So the idea with this program too is in the past, it was kind of a static list. If you were a week late in getting in your request, then you had to wait till the very next year. And this list you'll see as we go forward, we'll continue to add to it. We'll come more than once with this. The idea is that we would come at least twice a year so that it would be more of a rolling list. You would have opportunities to get added. If things come up, you know, we wouldn't be like, well, wait till 2023. And then a big part of this is this idea of pre-screening. And since this is really new, Tom and I didn't really do pre-screening. We just sort of took those first three columns in the prioritization spreadsheet, started to kind of fill them out to kind of get an idea of which projects might kind of be at the top that we would want to consider in sort of the first review by the TC. So that prioritization tool is kind of a, you know, kind of a living item as well that we will refine, particularly through this first year, I think. And that is kind of important too, since we haven't used it before. We may find that there are things that we want to look at or change. And also this idea that because we are consolidating funds, Vision Zero is a very important initiative around safety and a particular kind of crash and location that we would try to keep about 50% of those projects still focused in that direction, kind of as the funding was in the past. So we have some next steps. The first is we would continue this pre-screening process, refining those locations. And then from there, we would build out some potential improvements, kind of look at costs, and complete the rest of that spreadsheet, because you'll see there's a lot more columns awaiting to be filled out. And then potentially come back in late January, depending on how that works with the calendar for everyone else. And this is pretty much the cliff notes of the cliff notes there. But I know that Tom had a few things too that we thought would be useful on just efficacy and some evaluation he was able to do before we talk about it more.
Yeah, so I see, you can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can.
So these were just some before and after data. When we talked about this last year, I think some members of the commission mentioned that they would like to see some of this, maybe like on an ongoing process, just to see what's effective, what's working, and what's not as effective. So this isn't all the projects from last year, but it's just a few of them. Actually, I'll start from the beginning. So I kind of put the most effective things at the front end of this list. So speed humps on Putnam Road, you can see the after data. So the after data is the gray data compared to the before data for 2 years before. And this was used, we got this data from Streetlight. So overall, it looked like the data is pretty good. We noticed a couple of things like people driving 60 miles or 55 to 60 along Putnam, which I don't know if that's even possible. You'd have to have a car with really good suspension to do that. But this was the only street I think where that showed up. So maybe it was happening, but the feedback from the residents is that it's working well along this stretch. And that's kind of what we see with speed humps. It does a really good job of slowing down speeds to around 25 miles per hour. The higher speeds.
Tom, can I stop you for a second? Chris, you have your hand up.
Yeah, if you don't mind a clarifying question. I would assume that this is a distribution of the speeds, but it looks like in the after category, all columns are lower. So do they not? Could you explain what we're seeing here? It seems
okay,
like
so yeah, you're seeing the percent of vehicles within these speeds, and we left off the speeds under 25 miles per hour because we were just kind of focusing on the speeding. So when you're seeing lower percentages here, that means that they're moved to the under 25. So yeah, if you added up all these bars, they would not add up to 100% because we're not showing under 25.
That's a helpful clarification. Thanks.
Yeah. So all the speed humps are similar. So you can take a look at those. One that we talked about a lot were the Wheeler Road islands. And this data is kind of what we expected. The effect on speeds under 35 wasn't as great, but it did lower the really fast speeds over 40. So that's pretty much what we thought was going to happen. And looks like this data kind of works out with that. Lakeside Street. So this data is just within the section that we put in traffic calming, the speed humps and one traffic circle. We had some feedback from the residents that the speed humps aren't having as great effect and that the traffic circle might be doing more than the speed humps. And then this is the data along the entire stretch because we also discussed that last year with the neighborhood about the desire to have traffic calming along the whole stretch, if you remember those discussions. And then this is an example of adding bike lanes. So we added bike lanes to Drake Street and the parking remained on both sides of the street. So this is just showing that effect, maybe a little bit of an effect. And then Swanton Road, we added 2 islands, bike lanes, and we removed parking from one side of the street. So it's kind of interesting here that speeds increased a little bit in some of these categories, which is also somewhat expected because when you remove the parking, just the visual for the drivers of things opening up leads to higher speed. So that's just something to keep in mind. And that's what we have. If you want to see any other before after data, we can bring that in January. I kind of would like to bring each of the streets, the traffic calming projects that we have each year, just so we can, we know what's working, what's not working, because prior to this, we're really just relying on residents' feedback and whether or not people reach out to us. So.
Alder Miazzi, did you have a clarifying question here too?
Oh, no, I was just wondering with the speed humps, especially on Wheeler Road in my district, what was a thought as far as I know we talked about possibly adding a stop sign at Wheeler and Comanche, was it? Is that still a possibility, or given with the data that you see, is this sufficient enough, or what do you think?
Yeah, that's one that we can add to our list. So the spreadsheet that we have here, we can add that, have that on this list, and then we'll have an evaluation. We always stop and see how it ranks out on the list when we bring it back in January.
Thank you.
Okay. Alder Foster, we're going to try and get the public comment in here too. Did you have a clarifying comment on what we're seeing on the screen, or did you want to wait and hear the public comment first?
Just one quick
sure.
ask on the data. That was really helpful to see those. Maybe if you could show one that does have like the 20 to 25 or 50 to 20 or whatever, just to see kind of the overall. I think it would be helpful to get a better sense of what's going on. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I would say I was confused by that too. As I'm looking, I'm like, wait a minute, what are these numbers telling me? I wasn't sure what the numbers were telling me. So that would be very helpful if that's possible, Tom.
Yep, no problem.
Okay. Did you guys have more presentation? Okay.
That's it.
We have public comment. Is that right, Aiden?
Yep, there's a few. So the first person is Derek Pavlik, who neither supports or opposes, but would like to speak.
Yeah, so I have some comments that are two-faceted. I also submitted a PDF for a visual for my second part that's a little bit more specific example. So I understand the need to revise the process for safer streets to have a data-driven approach. But I'm concerned that the process for quantifying a potentially dangerous road is incomplete if you're relying only on the data from the high injury network. I don't believe that that's sufficient to evaluate potential for danger. I don't think we should have to wait for a serious injury before we consider a road to be dangerous. I'd like to also consider additional metrics like speed, traffic density, pedestrian density, proximities to schools and parks, and the visibility around curves and relative stopping distances due to speed. All these metrics should be considered when evaluating safety, even if they're not weighted as heavily as the injury network data. And I understand that this is more of an informational process, which is why I started my comments with the general comments for the process. But I also have a specific example that I'd like to address in the sense that I know that our neighborhood has made some requests for speed control that I did not see it appearing on any of the lists. Maybe the drafts that were attached to tonight's meeting were incomplete. But I submitted to speak tonight just because for the case that these are a complete list. I'd like to advocate for additional traffic control measures on a section of North Westfield Road around Walnut Grove Park. I've heard from longtime residents in the neighborhood that traffic island or a traffic control measure was in place at the corner of Westfield and Farmington, but it was removed because Metro buses couldn't make that turn. Now that the Metro bus is no longer servicing Westfield Road, those safety measures were never put back in place. There are medians at Colony Drive, but there's nothing to slow traffic after that. And we often observe speed limits well exceeding 40 miles per hour next to a heavily used park. If you take a look at the PDF that I submitted for the meeting, you can see the bend in Westfield Road combined with street parking on a Saturday with soccer games. The pedestrian visibility on the crosswalk is about half of what's needed to stop a vehicle from completely before you'd end up hitting a pedestrian. And I realize that there's other places in Madison that have higher traffic volumes and things, and in order to consider on the list. But it concerned me that a problem that I know was brought up to the city, I didn't see on the list. And even though we average about 1 car per minute, a posted speed limit of 30 miles per hour next to a park in residential housing, when in contrast, Gammon Road is also posted at 30 miles per hour, 4 lanes with straight roads and traffic lights. Cars are opting to travel down Westfield because there's no traffic control measures in place. And I think that's potentially poses a dangerous situation, one which I'm concerned won't make it onto the list due to there not being a serious incident where emergency services are called. If there's a mechanism for us to be able to report incidences of near misses and traffic accidents that weren't necessarily reportable to the state or to the city, in order to feed into this data-driven method for prioritizing safer streets, that's the part that I want to emphasize in during my time. I think qualitatively, it doesn't take anybody very long to stand at the park on a busy Saturday on Westfield with mall traffic and realize it's not a safe situation for kids to be trying to cross the street. So I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Are there questions for the speaker from the commission members? Okay, seeing none. Other speakers, Aiden?
They're not speaking, but there's a couple more registered. There's Megan Johnson, who neither supports or opposes, but is available to answer questions, and Alexander Harding, who supports and does not wish to speak.
Okay. And certainly based on what Derek said this evening, I would hope that, you know, Tom, Renee, if you guys would look at what he submitted and take that into account. Okay, now comments or questions, observations from members and alders who are here. Chris, go ahead. Harold, you're next after Chris.
So I wanted to go back to the initial question of sort of working through the kinks in the program, I guess. So under the previous programs, I think we sort of had our heads wrapped around how projects ended up in this or that program, especially the neighborhood traffic calming program. That was this petition process and whatnot. How are things ending up in the stream now? Is it basically like through various mechanisms, and that's why there's just this like big ongoing list?
Yes, so they're coming in from many locations. They can come from staff, neighborhood resource teams, just through resident requests, alder requests, pretty much the gamut. I think it has a long list in the report, and they're coming from all of those places.
And one other thing was we were going to be proactive in looking at places just from internal staff. And I think we're going to get better at that as we move forward, because it was a pretty big task to compile all these streets and put everything in at the front end. I think once we have this list established, and then we can start adding things that will give us more time to do things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that seems right to me.
Yeah.
Also, this screening, I guess, is going to be essential because, you know, the list could become every road eventually, it seems like. And so I would be in favor of, I think, sort of screening first on the high injury network, second on known speeding issues, and then sort of that creates sort of a bin of more quirky cases like the ones we're hearing about that would need to be figured out, I think. But yeah, no small task. Thanks.
Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I mean, I was on the subcommittee producing the report, and so I'm really happy to see this move forward. And yeah, it's a big task, I'm sure. I just have one comment which you don't necessarily need to respond to now, but maybe at the next meeting, regarding the particular scores in the categories where, you know, in the subcommittee, when we talked about it, we had some questions like, should this be a 10-point scale? Should it be a 0-1 scale? And how are you going to be able to distinguish between a 1 and a 2 in the high injury network score? So I would just like, you know, when you come back with this and do a presentation, just have a response to that question. Like, yeah, how did you come up within the categories with the score assignment? And I think one of our goals for the program was to be transparent in that and not end up with arguments about like, oh, but my street is clearly a 5 and not a 4, and therefore maybe it makes more sense to have a coarser classification scheme. So yeah, I think that's just something that maybe we should have some information about, maybe in the next step of the process. Otherwise, yeah, happy to see this move forward. Thank you.
Foster, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also excited to see it getting ready to be born, and it will be a challenging process, I'm sure. So I think everybody's understanding that there'll be an iterative process, and Transportation Commission is definitely in a position to recommend changes to the scoring system, criteria, you know, really refining that. And obviously staff should be bringing feedback as they're working through it as well, that, hey, this doesn't quite feel right for these reasons. So it'll be exciting to watch as that kind of happens. One thing I would add, I mean, Chris, I appreciated your comments about sort of how to populate it. I think obviously the high injury network, I mean, that one makes sense to everybody. That seems like an obvious first place. I think the other one actually maybe even perhaps ahead of sort of known speeding issues, because we spent quite a bit of time talking about that and really trying to be careful to not focus on speeding just for speeding's sake. If it doesn't create sort of, you know, ped bike network challenges, and if there's really no known safety issues with it, obviously speeding, we know speeding is sort of dangerous, but I think that's where we have the potential to get back to an MTP kind of program where we end up chasing speeding. I think the other one that might be better than that would be as we get our ped and bike network maps fleshed out with the gaps identified. So my understanding is that'll be part of the Complete and Green Streets work, where, you know, once we have, okay, here's our low stress bike network, that I think itself will produce a lot of results for gaps that would be able to be put in here and evaluated. The only other comment I had was just kind of a note, I guess, for staff. As I was looking through the narrative descriptions in the issue concern category, I think I saw kind of proposed solutions in there, road diet or speed reduction or et cetera, et cetera. And
else on this matter, or can I go to our last item?
Just as a reminder, so kind of the red section.
Park and homeless issues discussion.
Sorry,
Joe, does somebody else need to be muted, Joe? Thanks. Go ahead, Alder Foster.
Thank you. So the issue concern, I think the hope is that that's really focused on, so if there's a 10 for high injury network, maybe even like, you know, we're seeing a lot of these kinds of crashes or injuries or et cetera, kind of really focusing on the actual issue. And then in the proposed solution column would be road diet might be a way to help address some of those safety issues. And then that's what's going to drive the scoring in that green section is, okay, it's a really bad safety problem. We think we could do a road diet and increased markings and whatever else. And we think that would improve the situation 70% of what it is, or 20%. So I think that'll be a really great, maybe that'll be the kind of the next version when you all come back, is to start to see how that plays out, because I think that was another really important part of the recommendations is that we shouldn't prioritize things just because they're really bad if we don't have a recommendation or a proposed solution that we actually expect will make a big difference, that we should really be prioritizing the interventions that would have the highest benefit. So it will be great to watch this. Thank you all.
Okay, thanks. Other comments? I did have an observation. I actually liked the fact that you broke them into categories, because when I looked at the ped bike in the school scenarios that were under consideration, I noticed that the high injury network didn't seem to be as much of a factor in those particular situations. It was much more focused on ped bike gaps there. So back to what Harold was saying, what Alder Foster was saying, and what Chris was saying, as we look at trying to differentiate these, our key, you can tell I was on the traffic calming subcommittee. I mean, our two primary concerns are, looking at the high injury network and closing gaps in the ped and bike network. And as we looked at this prioritization tool, we wondered how this was going to work. And really, I thought helpful way to analyze it is breaking the projects into sections as you did, because that might make it easier for us to look at how it's working, and how we judge the prioritization may be a little bit different as we look at those school projects and at the ped bike projects as well. So, I thought that was very helpful, and all the suggestions that were made here this evening were helpful as well. So, and also I would just make a comment that, relative to some of the comments that we heard from Derek, we're also looking at 20 is plenty across the city. And, that's a project. I mean, we're not talking about that here in Safe Streets Madison, but that is something that should hopefully, it's not, a sole solution, but it's part of the solution as well. So great to see this here, and I'm very excited to see it born as well. Other comments or questions? Thanks so much for your work on this, and we'll look forward to seeing it back in hopefully in January. Okay, let's see. Next we have traffic signal priority list, preliminary review and selection.
So good evening, everyone. So Graham and Jerry,
Excuse me, Yang.
top of this item.
Pardon me, Yang. Harold, you have your hand up?
Yeah, apologies, and I hope this is in order. It is my understanding that we have public commenters for agenda item 13, and I don't think we have any for this agenda item, so I was just wondering if it would make sense to pull that item ahead so that people don't have to move around.
Is there any objection from the rest of the commissioners? And sorry for those who were here to present on those on item 11. We do have a number of people who are here to testify on item 13. So if there's no objection, we'll reorder the agenda and move to 13. Are people comfortable with that? Okay, we'll come back, Yang. So let's go ahead and move to item 13. And my guess, Joe did send me the list of the registrants, and my guess is that most of them are here to talk about Old Middleton Road. I mean, normally we get the presentation from staff, and then we hear from the public, and then we have conversation. We have two different projects to talk about tonight: Old Middleton Road and Jackson Street and Ohio Avenue. So I would suggest that we hear from staff on Old Middleton Road, and then hear from the public. And if they have comments on Jackson Street in Ohio, we'll work that out later. But I would ask staff if we could just hear updates. We spent a great deal of time talking about Old Middleton Road already in the past. So if we could focus on updates on any new information since TC had the presentation and discussion at the November 17th meeting, if staff thinks that would be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. We just want to talk about some things that have come up since we were here. We have had an additional public meeting, and I know that you had hoped to get the full feedback. Plus, we had quite a large number of sort of people who reached out. We met with them individually or in person. So we want to focus just on those new things that have come up. We heard a lot more about traffic calming, so we have some things related to that we just wanted to mention to you before this moves forward through the process. And then we had talked quite a bit about parking, but it was kind of focused on the business parking. And we have since met with one of the apartment buildings that is on that same block, which provides affordable housing for people with disabilities. And we wanted to come here tonight to reflect sort of concerns that they had and let them have an opportunity to share their thoughts with you and kind of show you some options that are new. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy so we can keep this quick since we've had a lot of time on this already.
Thank you so much, Renee. Go ahead, Jeremy.
All right, thank you, Renee. Let me share my screen real quick. All right, so I included the initial data as well that I included in previous ones, but I'll move through that pretty quickly, just with those diagrams. One new diagram that I did include was I went out last week and just looked at parking was there's a lot of interest in parking. I just looked at the number of cars that were parked there Thursday AM, Thursday PM, and then also Friday AM and Friday PM. So the number of cars that did not move throughout the day, who were there from about 9:30, 10 in the morning to 3 to 3:30 in the afternoon, just to kind of show the number of vehicles who are parking there all day and not using that for popping into this market real quick or something along those lines. So I'm going to highlight that number. Couple on the far west side in the 5900 block, couple in the 5500 block, kind of more centrally located. In the 5300 block, which is the block we talked a lot about parking. There were 8 on Thursday and 5 on Friday who were there all day. I was also surprised by the 5200 block. There were 3 on Thursday and 6 on Friday. That block is signed as 2-hour parking, so that's why I was surprised by that. But it did appear to be mostly construction vehicles related to the project that's happening right at Old Middleton Road at Whitney Way. And then 2 on Thursday and 2 on Friday on the 5000 block. So moving forward, a lot of this was mentioned in the previous presentations. I wanted to have a slide specifically focused on traffic calming and the measures we're taking there. So we have narrower travel lanes that'll help to slow traffic, and there'll also be additional pavement markings throughout the project. It won't feel like there's the combined parking bike lane almost feels like another lane. People kind of feels different, but the additional parking or additional pavement markings will help kind of change the feel of the roadway. Also reducing the speed limit from 30 to 25 miles per hour with the project, and we've seen impact in the high-end speeders and other speed reductions within the city. The people who are going above 40 miles per hour in a 30 or 25 mile an hour per hour zone. And also RRFBs, rectangularly rapid flashing beacons. We'll be installing 2 of those with the project, one to the intersection of Eau Claire and Old Middleton Road. Excuse me. And then the second one where the underpass connects to Old Middleton Road. Just wanted to mention those. So as Renee mentioned, we've received a lot of feedback. Just kind of want to highlight the differences and how we've kind of modified the design a little bit since then. So I'm actually going to skip to the next slide real quickly because it's a map. So in this block of Old Middleton Road, it's west of Old Sauk, I believe it's a 5700 block. But we met with the residents who live in these houses, and they were describing a lot of issues of vehicles coming southbound of Old Middleton Road or crossing over the bridge. There's a bridge that crosses over the railroad tracks right here, and then coming southbound and not being prepared for the curves in the road. And they had quite a number of accidents, either side swipes to vehicles parked on the road, or surprising number of times vehicles impacted their houses. So, jumped the curb, went through the yard, and ended up impacting their house as well. So that was something that we weren't aware of, that we wanted to make sure we addressed with the project. So going back to this previous slide, so the first thought there was additional signage, both to make vehicles aware of the curve in the road that's coming up ahead, as well as some chevrons and arrows that'll actually, as you're driving through at night, the residents said that all of these, or the vast majority of these collisions had happened at night. So visibility, so putting the signs in there, and on top of that, it would also create a physical and visual barrier between the roadway and the houses to kind of drive that home even more. And I did want to touch on the traffic calming islands that we're proposing. The picture in the top right is at Aberg and Ruskin here in Madison. So there'll be small mountable islands at intersections, can almost kind of enhance the pedestrian crossing. It's kind of a visual barrier in the road, or visual change in the road that kind of catches your attention, and that has some positive traffic calming effects there. I mentioned last time we were limited due to the emergency response. I did want to mention that here we have North Highlands Avenue and South Highland Avenue, and everything west of there, this whole neighborhood has access off of Old Middleton Road. So that was when we talked to fire, and they mentioned that speed humps would negatively impact their response time. That's why we moved ahead with the traffic calming islands. We'll also be trying out some centerline reflectors along the curves as well. So we'll be looking specifically at curves, but an extra reinforcement as you're driving down the road at night that you would see, this is where my lane kind of curves. I should stay here to help keep drivers in their lane, and then on top of that, in the roadway. And also additional marked crosswalks. We're putting in new marked crosswalks where bus pads get installed, and kind of visually communicates to drivers to be prepared for pedestrians, and kind of helps communicate a little bit more that's not, entirely focused on vehicles, but, to expect to see pedestrians in the roadway and be prepared for that. So a lot of discussion at the last Transportation Commission meeting about parking. So I wanted to provide an update on that, or kind of mention that. So we held a second PIM since then. We've heard from additional stakeholders, both in person and over Zoom, meeting on site with residents. So one thing that was discussed at the last Transportation Commission meeting was accessible parking for the businesses in the 5300 block, and how Gettle, there's no sidewalk on Gettle. So one thing is adding in sidewalk on Gettle Avenue. It's along a City of Madison property, kind of be on the northwest side of Gettle Avenue, but it allows for parking, cars to park on Gettle and then be able to access the sidewalk, and then cross the street and access those businesses. So along the City of Madison property, and what provides improved accessibility for the drivers who parked on Gettle to access those businesses. And so we also, parking on the 5300 block was a major topic of discussion. So I wanted to run through some of the things, kind of what we thought, kind of just, pencil and paper ideas, and why we are not moving forward with them. And so first thing, we kind of looked at a parking pocket on the north side of the road. This is just east of Kanoki's, and some of the businesses are there along the south side of the road. And unfortunately, we don't have the right of way in this area. The railroad corridor is fairly wide here, and we just don't have the space for it. So that was why that option was not pursued. We also looked at, once again, here's Gettle on the west side, and Kanoki's butcher shop for grocery store in the kind of in the north. So we looked at adding in parking on the west side of this block, and kind of playing around with ideas. But right now there is not parking currently allowed due to visibility issues. It created an unsafe situation for vehicles turning off of Gettle onto Middleton Road. It obstructs them from seeing oncoming traffic. We don't want to make the situation less safe. We don't want to negatively impact safety. So that's why we did not move ahead with this idea. However, this is an idea we've kind of played around with. It's not perfect, but it would address some of the parking needs on Old Middleton Road. So right here is kind of the far east side of that 5300 block. Merrill Crest Drive is on the right side of the screen. So this is about 136 feet of parking, give or take. And so we added in 5 to 6 additional parking spaces for vehicles on this block. On the bottom, you can see just a snip from Google Street View. And there are 3 trees in this block. 2 of them are older trees. However, those trees will be being removed with construction due to the health of the trees. So it's nothing to do with this this layout, this cross section. We kind of try to take advantage of those trees already coming out to create a little pocket in here. So it'd be a 2-foot paved terrace here. So it'd be the parking lane, then directly connected to kind kind of a 2-foot paved terrace and then a 5-foot sidewalk, or you can kind of look at to be you open your car door, that'd be 7 feet of concrete right along the road. So the downside of that is there would be no space for snow storage, or very small space for snow storage. But the plus side of that it would allow for pickup and drop off. And Renee and I met with the owner and one of the employees at 5315 Old Middleton Road, which is, you can see in that picture below. In that, I believe it's a 5 or 6 unit apartment complex, and it's entirely inhabited by disabled people with low incomes. So that's kind of affordable housing and what that provides. And kind of talking with the owner and the employee, we got a sense that caseworkers come sometimes twice a day to help distribute medicine and kind of help serve the residents of that facility. And they have a lot of kind of pick up drop off needs in order for those residents to be able to access the rest of Madison. And they only have 2 parking spots, 2 parking stalls on site, one of which is a handicap. So adding in the parking over here would help to meet the needs of the residents of that apartment complex. We're proposing it to be 2-hour parking. We're not proposing it. If this were to go in, we're thinking 2-hour parking to kind of continue what is immediately east of Merrill Crest. That's 2-hour parking. And if a resident, if a resident who lives in that apartment building has a handicap hanging tag, that would allow them to park in a 2-hour zone for up to 48 hours. So it would provide them a little bit more kind of flexibility, or they'd be able to use that parking for longer than just the 2 hours. The 2-hour parking would allow the turnover for the caseworkers to come in and help the residents, and kind of would help take the stress off of that and them finding parking. And I did want to mention it would be complicated to construct and dependent on grades. Fadi, who's the project engineer, can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of it is that we have the curb and then the sidewalk, and when there's a terrace in between, when there's soil and grass, the curb and the sidewalk are kind of not totally independent of each other, but can be at different grades or different heights and kind of different angles. But when they're connected like this, it would be slightly more difficult to construct and kind of making the grades work. And it is worth mentioning that we do have a fair amount of right-of-way space behind the curb here. So we, south of the curb over here, there is a fair amount of right-of-way. However, the property in the corner here has a very strong kind of green screening, and appears to put a lot of work into kind of having a green wall there for some privacy. So we're trying to avoid impacting that, and this would prevent the moving of the sidewalk. And but I did want to, one thing I did kind of brush over, or moved over fairly quickly, is that the buffer would go away on the south side of the road for eastbound bicyclists. So that's kind of the trade-off here, I guess. We'd be able to squeeze in some parking, but the buffer would unfortunately have to be dropped. So moving forward, one last thing I wanted to mention before I wrap this up is that there is one change to the sidewalk, one additional change to the sidewalk that than what we presented before. And so right now with what's in the plan, so we wanted to put sidewalk all the way along Pinocchio's, that way it would connect down to the underpass when that gets constructed. So the sidewalk will still be going in on this stretch. However, that'll be getting installed with the underpass project and not with this project. So with this project, only this stretch of sidewalk would be installed. So as one change, I just want to mention that this section of sidewalk came out of this project, but will be installed with the underpass. And with that, I'd like to open it for questions and feedback.
I think before we go to questions, I'd like to hear from the public, Robbie. I believe we have a number of people registered. Is that right, Aiden?
Yep, there's several. First, it's Mark Jolie Kerr, opposes and wishes to speak.
Go ahead, Mark.
There's no Mark, but the next one is here.
Next, it's Matthew Kotsky, neither supports nor opposes, wishes to speak.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
We can, thanks.
Lovely. First and foremost, thank you very much to the traffic department for actually taking the time to take the meeting with us, and also to take into consideration everything that we brought forth. We represent, or our organization Goodwill represents 5315 Old Middleton Road, and we are actually very much in favor of what has just been reproposed for that area, providing some parking. As mentioned, it is an apartment rental complex that serves individuals with disabilities, as well as individuals who are receiving assistance with their rent. It is low-income housing. Again, just kind of worth mentioning, there were 2 parking spots on site. Those 2 parking spots, when it was created, the whole idea was having parking that was originally there. Completely get that the city of Madison has the right to take and do with it as it pleases, but am applauding and thanking very highly to see this plan that actually is looking to address that. Yeah, so honestly, just thank you for that. And yeah, any questions I can answer about our residents or what we're doing there, I just feel very strongly that being able to serve them, their needs, getting them the stalls that they would need in front of their building, as well as their case managers, is imperative for their safety, for their just continued acclimation and integration into the community. We don't need to further disadvantage a disadvantaged group of individuals. Also, should this group not be looking too strongly at the idea of bringing parking back in, would just caution you to go out on site and go around the corner on Merrill Crest and see how much street parking is really available there. And then bear in mind that you're going to ask individuals with disabilities to walk over a half a mile back to their place of residence. So it puts us at a severe disadvantage to serve the very people that we are very proud to support and want to love on, quite frankly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody have any questions for the registrant? Any commissioners? Okay, the next speaker, please.
Next is Catherine Esposito. Neither supports nor opposes, wishes to speak.
Do we have Catherine, Joe?
Yeah, Catherine, you have to unmute.
Yeah, actually, I'm here to talk about Jackson Street.
Okay. That's fine. Do you want to go now, or you want to wait till after you see the presentation on Jackson Street?
Well, I don't know if there's anything new to present that I haven't heard before.
Your choice.
I mean, I have all of the information, and we had a presentation by the oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared. I was thinking, oh, I've got another half an hour to wait.
Well, we can come back to you after we finish up with the Old Middleton Road, if you'd like.
Do you know how long that'll be?
I don't. You're welcome to give your comments now if you'd like.
Well, sure. So I live on Talmadge Street, and there's been a huge construction project up La Follette, and now it's coming down to my end, and so there's several things I want to talk about. One is that a number of residents who live along La Follette, I'm at the corner of Talmadge and La Follette, would very much like to see some speed bumps along La Follette. I don't think La Follette has gotten quite the attention that St. Paul has. I mean, St. Paul, Carr, of course, bashed into Goodman Center, Community Center. And so that was an obvious speeding issue there, but it could very easily happen on La Follette. We have children. We have more children actually on La Follette, because on St. Paul, one side is community gardens. On La Follette, both sides, each side is family, is housing. And it's not there's no dead end. It comes straight from Winnebago, goes out to Wabisa. And we've seen people going 40 miles an hour, maybe even faster on that road. It hasn't been mentioned I mentioned it the other day, as a place where, speed bumps would be welcome. So I want to mention, I know my neighbor across the street, I speak for her as well. She's a woman who's home all day and she sees the speeding, more than people who are gone to work or whatever. And more, some people who just aren't paying that much attention. Another concern, where's my note? I have a note here. I mentioned something about the intersection at Bashford, Talmadge, and St. Paul. And I know that that was the first time I think it had been brought to the city's attention. There's an odd intersection there where two streets meet St. Paul. There's no stop sign, there's no yield sign. Fortunately, I've been here almost 30 years. I haven't seen an accident, but it's always a question of who's supposed to stop here, who's supposed to slow down. And I had thought just stop signs would be helpful. I think there's some discussion of reconfiguring now the intersection there, but it could also just be an issue of putting some stop signs at the top of Talmadge Street for one, and then maybe Bashford also. And then the other thing I think is more of a difficult one is trees. When I bike along St. Paul, there's no shade, and you turn left onto Talmadge and it's 5 degrees cooler because of the trees. We have a lot of old trees, and a lot of Norway maples are proposed to come down. And I worked for the DNR and the urban forestry program for a while, and I'm very familiar with road construction and tree issues. And I don't doubt the sincerity of the forestry program here, but I do feel that we need to take a second look at some of these trees. I know one of my neighbors said that the maple, hello?
If you could wrap up, please, Catherine.
Oh, sure. My neighbor said that the maple in front of his house had been tested and there was a hole in it. Now that could be true for every single maple, but I have a hard time believing that. And I do think that construction can sometimes be worked around existing old trees. And I would like to see a little more of an effort be made to address trees before this project goes forward.
Okay, thank you so much. Any comments or questions from the commissioners for Catherine? Okay, thank you very much. Next, Aiden.
Gunnar Josephson opposes and wishes to speak.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thanks. Yeah, we are a group of about 6 neighbors who are concerned with traffic safety and their specific impact of car crashes. And we are in the 5700 block of Old Middleton Road, as Jeremy referred to. And we want to emphasize that this is really a serious situation. And so far, in less than 20 years, we have had 5 cars totally lost after being crushed into when cars have veered off the road, lost a garage and a side wall of a house, and so on. And then there have been several additional near misses. And only by the grace of God, so far, there hasn't been any resident, pedestrian, or bike rider injured in those crashes, but also that has been near misses. And yeah, we believe that major speeding with an emphasis on major, namely way faster than 30 miles per hour, is a main cause of crashes, and it has to get down one way or the other. But also there is congestion and high traffic density, much higher now after the diversion of traffic from University Avenue years ago during its reconstruction. And there was a learning experience there, so we remain with a lot more traffic even after the newly designed University Avenue was fully open. And the third part then, also Jeremy mentioned, when we have southbound drivers on Old Middleton just passing the railroad bridge, they do not expect to enter an S-curve, and all those in some ways are interrelated. We did request the physical structures of one way or another so that we could have something that will be more reliably bringing down speed rather than changing the limit from 30 to 25, which for the major speeders, we don't think that that makes a difference, not that we oppose it. And the answer here, which is ironic, is that those cannot be considered supposedly because this is a major route for the fire department, if we got it right. And somewhere we want to see, isn't there any combination, any thinking out of the box, other situations, other ways we can address this? We appreciate what Jeremy presented as a centerline reflectors, but we would very much like to have something that is physically slowing things down rather than we are just giving signals to observant and responsible drivers. So then,
I think you're at your 3 minutes. So can you finish up? Is that the 3 minutes, Aiden?
It was, yeah.
Okay. Can you finish up quickly with Gunnar?
Right. So the other aspect is then that we have the high traffic density here. And we believe that a good deal of this is that we have these additional commuters now using Old Middleton Road as a shortcut. And for them coming then maybe from the eastern part of Middleton or Wanakee and that kind of thing, they have two major ways after they join University Avenue to turn right and then go into the southbound direction on Old Middleton Road. That is for Heim Avenue, which there is no light there. There's actually a signage there, no right-hand turns between 7 and 9 a.m., but we have, or people there have seen lots of people not observing that. And the next thing is to turn right at Capitol Avenue, where you also come onto southbound on Old Middleton Road. And we would like to have so that for those rush hours, we would have no left turns coming onto southbound Old Middleton Road. Thank you.
Okay, questions for Gunnar from the commissioners? Okay, seeing no hands, who else do we have, Aiden?
Next is Scott Carlson, opposes and wishes to speak.
Hello, commission members and fellow citizens. Thank you for your time. I am also a resident of 5700 block of Old Middleton Road. I'm speaking in opposition to the project as it's currently planned. I hope there's changes that can be made to the project so that I will switch my opinion to be in support of it. Three primary concerns, much of which has been to some aspect or another addressed already. Number one, safety, two, street usage, and three, congestion. The 10 accidents or so that Mr. Josephson just mentioned have been a repeated and time-consuming economic and emotional hardship on my neighbors, simply for living on the street that we live on. The city's offered posting directional arrows at the S-curve and different colored materials in the street to slow and calm traffic. We had hoped for more options to slow traffic, and I believe what's been currently presented is, in my opinion, insufficient. Since our meeting with the city about this project, I've been observing other traffic slowing and calming measures implemented on Capitol Avenue, South Rosa Road, North and South Whitney, and other nearby streets. And though I'm not a traffic engineer or planner, I think that roundabouts, raised islands, and more signage could make a difference. So I am requesting that additional traffic slowing and calming measures be developed and presented to the public. Number two is street usage. I frequently bicycle in my neighborhood, and I enthusiastically support the accommodations that the city's made for myself and others like me. And I know that some bicyclists have experienced trouble sharing the road with cars. I have not. However, that could change tomorrow. My concern is what changing the road layout will do to the residents and businesses along this section of the road that's being resurfaced. eliminating street parking on both sides of the road in this residential and commercial area is going to have a hardship that cannot really be fully appreciated without living here. Neighborhood residents have guests that visit their homes like all of us do, and they have nowhere to park if our driveways cannot accommodate them. Some of the homes we have here have visits from health and social services and that requires on-street parking. I would ask that you all visit the 5200 to 5400 block of Old Middleton Road during business hours and observe the delivery and service vehicles that have to temporarily park in the street in order to accommodate the locally owned family-run neighborhood businesses. So secondly, I'm requesting additional parking, traffic, and bicycle patterns to be developed and presented to the public. Finally, third point, congestion. I think Mr. Josephson addressed this pretty well. Traffic can be backed up on Monday through Friday mornings from the intersection of Old Sauk and Old Middleton all the way to the Railroad Overpass Bridge. Residents can have an extremely difficult time getting out of their own driveways by volume. Is that my time?
It is. Can you finish up, please, quickly?
Yes, I would just again mention, I've seen other slowing and calming measures, prohibiting turns into certain streets right in our area here, and I would ask those be considered as well. So thank you first to the city staff. They've been very open and helpful in communicating the plans, and I'm asking the members of this commission not to advance this project to the Board of Public Works until the concerns that have been expressed tonight have been further addressed and resolved to a higher level of satisfaction. If this happens, I'll change my position from opposition to support. Thank you again, commissioners.
Okay, are there any questions from the commissioners for Scott? Okay, who do we have next, Aiden?
So Gina Schinke opposes, does not wish to speak. Steve and Steph Nosh opposes, does not wish to speak. Mary Ann Fraley neither supports nor opposes, does not wish to speak. Casey Agbada opposes, does not wish to speak. Kelly Julian opposes, does not wish to speak. Jody Jewett opposes, does not wish to speak. That's all.
Okay, thank you. So, comments, Alder Foster?
Actually, I did have one question. I think it was for 5315 Old Middleton. Was that the residence building? I don't know if they're still on the. I'm sorry, I don't know what his name was.
Would that be
Matthew?
Matthew? Are you still there,
Yeah.
Matthew? Matthew, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry.
Thank you, Matt. So could you just describe what the use of the building? It's all residential use, is that right?
Yes, correct. It is a 7-unit apartment building that sits right there at 5315 Old Middleton Road. It is a HUD-based housing unit, of which Goodwill owns the entire thing. And we focus our services and our current residents. The individuals there are all disabled who are a part of that program.
Great. And do you know of like current tenants? How many of them own cars?
At this time, I am aware of 5 of them that do. Of those 5, I am aware of multiple that have handicap needs and handicap stickers. On site, we currently only have 1 handicap stall because that's all the lot has afforded us.
So on site, you have 1 handicap stall and 1 non-handicap stall?
Yes, sir.
And so where does everyone park today?
Street.
And has there ever been a discussion with the neighbor to the west? I think it's 5317. There's kind of a couple buildings with pretty large parking lot that seems like it's never quite at capacity. Has there been any discussion to see if there's any opportunity to rent or lease spaces from that property?
We have an incredibly strong relationship with that neighbor, and they have been accommodating. I think the challenge that comes for us in doing a rental of it, because the type of housing that we don't have an ability to expand our budget in that manner. If we were renting spaces from them, it would actually have to go before the housing authority to ensure that we could increase the rent, thus kind of negating and getting into the challenges of HUD-based housing. Furthermore, we would probably want to enter into some type of easement agreement with that neighbor. Again, the financial burdens where we get into trouble and we don't have an ability. Had this been market rate, yeah, I think that's a great option and something that we would explore far further. But we just can't. We can't do that, even as much as we may want to. That the burden is a little too heavy for us financially on what our restrictions are, sir.
And I think my last question, it looks like the property line sort of splits that access drive. Do you know what portion of that you have access to for your property versus that neighbor?
The driveway is ours.
The entire driveway?
I believe it is. I would have to go to the site plan again. I'm sorry, I'm at home at the kitchen counter and don't have that one. Apologies. But I can gladly report back at a later date. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Have you ever considered marking some parallel parking stalls along that driveway along the property?
It was not approved in the initial build out of that building. Again, when it was initially approved in 2006, 2007, when it was built, that was not considered a feasible place for us to be parking. If the city is really willing to reconsider how they look at site development, site planning, we'd be very happy to do that. Again, that's putting a financial burden on a non-market rate organization.
Sorry, the last bit of financial burden. Where would the burden come from?
We would have to engage an engineer, get the site re-engineered, have that put there to ensure that it is appropriately done. And then again, even striping is not a cheap affair anymore to do that and to get the appropriate signage. I know it sounds like I may be playing a violin and it's not intended to. These are incredibly tight budgets without a lot of operational wiggle room to do this. Yeah, that's just where our challenge comes in. We're very confined with the structure that is this apartment complex.
Pat, go ahead.
Okay, I attended the public information meeting last week, and then I drove on Old Middleton a few times, different times of the day and different days. And there was a lot of parking, and I'm concerned that it feels to me like we are prioritizing bikes rather than everybody else that would be on that street. Residents, businesses, people that need to be parking there, like Matt's residents. It just feels like we're pushing bikes above everything else. And if we want to be fair and equitable, like we've talked about, I think we need to think about parking. And I was glad to see that there was an option today brought up. Thanks.
Other comments? Grant, Alder Foster, go ahead.
Thanks. Jeremy, could you pull up the drawing of the kind of bump in additional parking area instead of 5315? It seems like that was one of the kind of major proposed changes from what you had shared last time. Is that right?
This was a change you were talking about. The other changes were not feasible. Is that what you had said, Jeremy?
Yeah, correct. We looked at a couple other different kind of parking options on the 5300 block that were not possible. And this was kind of the only one that was feasible.
And actually, one question on here as well. What's the status of Merrill Crest? I believe it's no parking on either side right now. Is that right?
Ooh, I'd have to double check. I believe there's a span at like the north end of Merrill Crest up against Old Middleton Road where it's restricted, but then opens up farther south.
And do you know what the curb to curb is on that section?
On Merrill Crest, I'm not sure off the top of my head. I have to look that up.
Well, so I mean, I guess it's great to see sort of some creativity and trying to find a spot for that parking. Certainly understand the value that parking has. I'm concerned looking at this. When you have a 13-foot between the parking lane and the bike lane, that's really it's really problematic, particularly next to a 10-foot travel lane. So I mean, a 10-foot travel lane means a bus or a truck is basically taking that entire space up, at least 9 foot of it, basically the whole thing. I think with mirrors, buses are even more than that. You're supposed to have 3 foot distance to the person on the bike. So that means the person on the bike would be, basically 3 foot left of that bike lane right up against the 7-foot parking lane, which means a, 5 to 6 to 7 foot parked vehicle. You're the only space that's left is exactly the door zone. So I feel really uncomfortable building that kind of a facility, especially on a really high volume street like this, because it's just not feasible for somebody to ride. I mean, to be safe, you would need to leave the bike lane and go into the travel lane. Realistically, I think it's a really bad idea to put bike lanes in the door zone. I don't know. I mean, it seems Merrill Crest, when I look at it, looks like it's 200 feet from the door of this apartment. So certainly not a half mile like the other street would be. I wonder if that would be an alternative, is to look at removing some of the restrictions on Merrill Crest to open that up for parking on one side, perhaps. The other thing is, perhaps I think it would be good to maybe check with zoning again about the option for some parallel stalls on the site itself. Perhaps there's a way to make that work. And while I understand it would be some cost, this is always going to come down to attention, and it's always going to be a cost to take parking off of the street. But all of our adopted policies say this is where we need to be moving. And if we don't get ourselves to do it, we're really not following those big picture policies, which are there for a reason. So, if this were going to be pursued, I would really recommend taking another look at this, shifting, perhaps taking the buffer out on the north side, and getting more space between the bike lane and the parking lane. But even there, only having a 2 foot sort of concrete terrace between the sidewalk and the parking lane, that's like 23 feet of snow that's going to get pushed up on there, and it's going to go over onto the sidewalk. So you're going to constantly be battling the plowed snow going up to the sidewalk there, which is also a real barrier for, obviously, for folks with disabilities as well. So I think that's too tight in here to try and do this. So I would really recommend looking at Merrill Crest as an example, and trying to find an alternate on-site location for the parking. Thank you.
Robbie, you're next.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I agree with most of what Alder Foster just said. I used to bike this road almost every day for a job I had, and already there are people parking on the south side who intrude into out of the parking zone, and it's really tight. So I'll just say that it's already bad. And I would be really concerned about biking next to parked cars with other vehicles going by, including delivery vehicles and things like that. I did go out to the commercial area today just to take a look, and it looks like virtually all the businesses do have off-street parking. So I guess I would be a little less concerned about loss of parking for the businesses because they do have off-street parking. But I did have one question about what's the next street down? Getlet? Is that
Gettle.
right? Gettle, thank you. You had done a parking survey on Old Middleton Road, but I noticed that Gettle, there seemed to be a lot of people parked on Gettle, and there are no parking restrictions. Old Middleton Road is 2-hour parking, and I'm wondering how many of the people parked just off Old Middleton Road on Gettle are using it as a commuter park and ride. So I'm suggesting that maybe putting a 2-hour there might alleviate some of that and also free up parking for if the businesses actually do need additional parking, because everybody was parked right up against Old Middleton Road, and a lot of the parking that was on Old Middleton Road seemed to be construction vehicles. So the 2-hour parking on Old Middleton Road, is that an RP3 or is that just a general 2-hour zone?
So to the best of my knowledge, the 2-hour parking on Old Middleton Road is east of Merrill Crest. So the east side of the screen is kind of where it begins and then continues east on the 5200 block of Old Middleton Road.
And the RP3 zone is, there's not one west of Whitney.
Okay, because there is parking on Old Middleton Road between Merrill Crest and Old Sauk, right? Now?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And is that time restricted?
When it is west of Merrill Crest, it is not time restricted.
Okay. That might free up some business parking if, some of those areas, I guess, as I said, I think that there's a lot of people parking on Gettle and walking over to the bus or something because they're all parked. There's nobody parked on Gettle farther up. They were all parked right by Old Middleton Road, and I just have this feeling that it was commuter parking, but I could be wrong. But I did have one question about the little reflectors, the center line reflectors. What are the chances those are going to survive plowing in the winter?
It's a great question. So I believe Fadi and I had kind of talked a little bit. I believe the pavement markings on East Washington Avenue are kind of dug into the pavement a little bit. So it's kind of a slight indentation. So to be completely honest, these are kind of new. We're kind of testing them out. So that may be an issue that we run into. We're kind of trying to strategize and how to kind of make sure that they do last through the winter, because we don't want them to just get sheared off the first winter.
Okay. I was just going to comment that I was out in California a couple years ago and it was raining, unusual for that area, but it was raining and I was very impressed with how easy it was to see the center line, but they have raised reflectors on the center line, little tiny raised reflectors. And I just knew that we wouldn't be able to put those in Madison because of the snow plowing. So that was kind of my question. So I just wanted to sort of bring up the idea that Gettle might be used for commuter parking, and that maybe if we had some 2-hour restrictions there, it might be a reliever for some of the businesses, and that there seems to be off-street parking for most of the businesses. And I am concerned about the little chunk of parking and bike lane and 10-foot travel lane that Alder Foster brought up. So that's it. Thank you.
What's you next?
Thanks. So I guess it seems like what we've got here is thanks to staff for coming back with this alternative. It does seem like what we've got, though, is a solution to address a new problem that we didn't know existed before with this particular building, that doesn't address the things we heard before. And like Alder Foster and Robbie said, I also don't think this is a safe solution. I think actually squeezing this parking lane right before the turn might be less safe than what's there now. So I guess my question for staff, I mean, I'm inclined to just go back to where we were last meeting and just move forward as planned, but it seems like there are a lot of issues that we didn't know about. So the question for staff is what does that look like if this, we don't have a solution that works right now, how do we move forward?
Who's gonna feel that?
I guess I can take a stab at it, but Fadi might want to jump in. I mean, it's currently scheduled to go to the Board of Public Works next week. I mean, obviously, I mean, we could just have the approval stand as it is. We just wanted to come back because it had come up that we were doing some public engagement afterwards, and we did learn about, you know, something very different than what we discussed. You know, so obviously you could decide, I guess, to approve something different, either, you know, leaving some section as is or some variation of this idea of a parking bump out. I guess Fadi would have to answer the ramifications of, I mean, with it on the Board of Public Works agenda, kind of what the ramifications are there for the project.
Yes.
I guess just in terms of feedback, I don't think we've addressed the parking issue or the biking issue with the solution. So I don't know. That's my feedback.
Denise, you're next. Go ahead.
Thanks, Anne, and thanks staff for continuing to try to work through the complexities of this. And, you know, as Chris said, the more we look at it, the more additional issues there are. So I feel really conflicted. I understand what Alder Foster is raising about bike safety, and I completely get and support and value that. I also know that sometimes in what happens for people with disabilities is that we become kind of the, you know, kind of the afterthought or the leftovers when, you know, kind of looking at environmental and traffic kind of solutions. So I'm feeling really sensitive to the issues of available parking for the folks at 5315. And so I'm curious, and if Matt's still on, you know, I'm wondering about Grant's solution of opening up parking opportunities on Merrill Crest, you know, if that's a walkable, manageable, or mobility available distance for folks, if that's where we could strike the both and here of managing the bike safety on Old Middleton and providing more parking on Merrill Crest, and if that would be a safe distance for folks to manage.
Is Matt still there, Joe?
I am still here.
Go. Do you want to answer Denise's question, please, Matt?
Yes, I'd be very happy to. I just went onto the CI map and just kind of went with the GSI, and I've got 210 feet curb to curb to get to the corner of Merrill Crest. From the crosswalk to the first available driveway, we would have 38 feet of footage where we could park one vehicle. So now we're at 240 to 250 feet. Next spot would be an additional 60 feet down the road, and I could fit 2 cars there on Merrill Crest. I'm now creeping into that 300 foot to get back to just curb to curb. To anyone who's on this board, it sounds like you're very well aware of where things are at, but I'd encourage all of you to hop into a wheelchair and try that out on your own and try that out when it's winter weather.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, we minimize this idea of 200 feet. Well, that's we're talking out of affluence. We're talking out of people of privilege who can actually walk that. I find it disheartening that it is the remark was made in such a manner. I know that wasn't the intent, but to these individuals, that would be very hurtful.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. That's what I anticipated.
Bill, are you done, Denise? I'm sorry. Okay,
I
Bill,
am.
go ahead.
Thanks, Ann. As other commissioners recall of my concern and objection to the plan as it was presented at the last meeting. And now what I've heard tonight on 5315, I think that's the address. I'm even more concerned. I think that parking is absolutely essential in front there. I do think that what Alder Foster did mention but didn't follow up on it is that at that particular location, there is a 3-foot buffer on the north side. And I think that 3 feet would be of higher.
Oh, we lost you, Bill.
I turned off my video. I'm unstable tonight.
Oh, you're back. Yeah, you're back now.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. So I think that 3 feet could be looked at on the north side. I'm more concerned than ever now of that parking at that apartment complex. Apartment building is extremely important. I just absolutely is essential. I do want to thank the city staff for taking another look at some opportunities, including Gettle. And I agree with Robbie Weber. I think that we should take a look at and make sure that parking is for short-term use, 2-hour parking, and not for all-day use on Gettle, because that if it's possible that may help some of the parking concerns. So I think the city staff are taking another look and going out there and talking with the business owners and so forth of things they can do. I still, it's not a perfect solution by any means, and it'd be nice to can do this, but this is a resurfacing project. I wish there was some room in there for some things like roundabouts and so forth on the north side or the north end of the project that could help with some slowing traffic. But for the resurfacing, it may not be in the cards, but that's still a possibility down the road and as a safe streets project. But I think the parking is the challenge, and I think the city has done a good job of trying to at least look at some of these solutions. But I think that the apartment house on the east end of Old Middleton is essential. Can't give that up. We have to provide for those apartment dwellers. Thanks.
Alder Foster, you're next.
Chair, yeah, I just wanted to raise this question of sort of what is how far is too far to be walkable or wheelchair accessible? And I think, as we're putting so much energy into building our transit system, for example, we have pretty well established standards for what accessibility means to access our transit system. That's generally within a quarter-mile walk or wheelchair trip to a stop. For higher capacity, higher frequency transit, that could even get up to a half a mile. There's no doubt that distance can be more or less challenging for different people. But the idea that 200 feet is prohibitive. Again, there's no question that could be a real burden on someone, depending on their accessibility. But there are a lot of people with disabilities that do not drive. There are a lot of people with disabilities that may drive, that don't own a car. And I think we have to be really careful about access for people with disabilities, and also recognizing kind of what our broader city standards are and what our expectations are for those that don't own cars to access our transportation system. And so I think it's a challenging tension to say in general, we're going to say that you have good quality access to our bus system if you're within a quarter-mile walk or wheelchair ride. But 200 feet from a private property from where you would park a private vehicle is too much. So I know it's a sensitive issue, and I know even raising that might upset some folks, but I think it's just as this transition away from driving and away from a system that has historically been prioritized for moving in cars, it hurts. It's going to be challenging. There are very few projects left that are going to be easy. All of these you're going to have these kinds of bumps. You're going to have these kinds of things that there's a real pain point, at least for someone. And if we continue to accept that everyone should have very close access to parking a private car on public property, we're going to find ourselves not being able to close those gaps in our bike network and do what we need to carve out space for our transit system. So a lot of people have said a lot of good things. Definitely a challenging project, but I think it's really important to both look at the close in, look at the real situation of folks in this building, and then simultaneously zoom back out and remember why this conversation is here, why staff is proposing this, and the real impact of not moving forward with closing what's a really significant gap in the bike network. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up of the panelists, and Pat, go ahead.
I just have to say something personally. 2 years ago, I had an infection and I was unable to walk for 3 weeks. And then it took another 6 weeks to rehab. And I was in a wheelchair, and it is not easy, especially in the winter, especially on some of our streets. And I think we have to remember that. That's all. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Well, I appreciate hearing from everybody. One of the overriding concerns that we talked about at our last meeting was traffic safety. Our number one concern was traffic safety, and that's why the majority of people voted to continue the buffered bike lanes at the expense of some parking. Now, we have an alternative that was brought forward for the 5300 block that I have heard several people say they do not think is a safe alternative for biking, a safe solution for biking. And that concerns me. So I want to understand from staff, what are you recommending so that we can know what the commissioners are acting on? There were some other changes that you suggested that people seemed comfortable with, but I've heard a lot of people say they're not comfortable with the solution. If you want to put that back up on the screen, that would potentially cause people to, bikers to run into car doors that are being opened. And, I think that, thank you, that a lot of concern over this particular change. So I think we need to talk about that and potentially resolve that issue. So what is staff recommending?
So, I think we brought this forward because we recognize this as a real concern. And obviously, the buffer bike lanes, as have been mentioned, are very well within our our policies and guidelines. I do think if this is something that would go forward, moving that, somehow adjusting that buffer, because this very much does put you in the door zone, would be desirable. And I think in talking to Jeremy earlier, that would be possible to make that shift. But I think, we had an approved plan, but we didn't want to disregard what we had heard and not come back and have that full and robust discussion about the trade-offs that are present.
Okay, and if I could just make a comment, Joe, I'm seeing some hands up from attendees who aren't panelists and, people who've had an opportunity to speak. The protocol is that was your opportunity to speak. So this is not a back and forth where we go back and forth with attendees unless commissioners have additional questions for the attendees. So that's why I'm just fielding hands from panelists. So what are the commissioners' thoughts, and certainly the other alders who are here with regard to what's proposed? Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I've been really trying to listen to all the different aspects. I guess one thing specifically about what we just talked about was shifting the buffer. If we decide to go ahead with these additional parking spots, I guess I would want to maybe see a drawing for that, because whenever you deviate from a straight line marking, and that's somewhat abrupt, then if you look at the road markings, you can often see where people just cut right through when they're driving. And so effectively, it might not have the effect that we want it to have. So I think that might be something, if we want to go that direction, to look into. I think in general, it makes sense to put the buffer where the parking is, especially based on the testimony that we have heard that this might be high turnover parking where a caseworker comes in. And it's different to have a bike lane in the door zone where it's like people park overnight, long-term residential parking, versus high turnover parking where you have the dooring issue. That's a real safety issue that I'm not comfortable with at all. I think I'll leave it at that for now. I think we already all know this is a difficult decision to make. I think we've had easier ones where, yes, there were conflicting interests, but maybe it was an easier call to make compared to this. And I would also like to point out, the sense that I get from many commission members is that we're really only concerned about this particular issue in the 5300 block. I think overall, otherwise, for the remainder of the project, people are still comfortable with the decision that we made at the last meeting that, we need that safety through the buffered bike lane and the rest of the corridor. Thank you.
Okay, other comments? Because we need to come to some resolution in terms of what we're willing to move forward with. And from staff's point of view, perhaps you could address the timing. I thought I heard you say, Renee, that this is scheduled to go to Board of Public Works.
Yeah, Fadi's here. Hopefully his audio is good now.
Oh, are you there, Fadi?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We couldn't hear you before.
Okay, my bad. So at the last meeting, I did mention that taking this project to the commission again would take a significant impact on the construction timeline. So we figured out a way to attend this meeting again and present the information, maintaining the construction schedule. We moved the Board of Public Works public hearing, but we would maintain the construction start date. The impact of presenting the commission again with some other alternatives would, I believe, send us to start off construction in May. Considering the size of the project and all the traffic impacts and all of that, I would say that may cause a delay of construction for next year. So that would be the impact.
Yeah, because we don't have another, if people want to see drawings of what you're proposing as an alternative, our next meeting is not scheduled till January 12th. So
Correct. Right now, we're on the timeline that we have. We're gonna mail assessments on December 23, and we would present this project to the board on January 5. So again, attending this meeting on January 12th to the commission again, that would move the assessments mailing, the Board of Public Works public hearing, and that's basically a month, maybe 2 months of delay. I was visualizing a 6-month long project, but yeah, that wouldn't be possible if we go that route.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody has the information and the consequences of what we may or may not ask people to do. We had a long discussion last time about safety and how much safer buffered bike lanes are, and we have made this tough decision in the past. I'll just remind everybody of Whitney Way and the Vision Zero project on Whitney Way, where we made the decision to remove parking and go with buffered bike lanes because it's safer. And that's where we focused the decision. What is your preference? Robbie, go ahead.
So excuse my not knowing what happened at the last meeting before I was on, but was this voted on at the last meeting?
It was actually, yes.
So we have actually made a decision, and so far nobody has moved reconsideration. Is that correct?
Well, what happened was city staff asked to come back again and bring a different alternative that we did not consider last time.
Wait,
so this is not, this is.
We did not vote to accept, we did not vote on the geometrics and the recommendation. Is that correct?
No, it was really just voting on the options that were considered last time. It was a review. It wasn't the geometrics that were brought to us. It wasn't a resolution, Robbie. It was just a project review. And because there were differing opinions on the options, we ended up voting is what happened.
And what was the vote? What was the motion, I should say, last?
The motion was to follow staff's recommendation of buffered bike lanes and removal of the parking. And I believe there was just one vote opposed. Is that correct, Aiden? I have to pull the minutes out.
So that's what I thought I read in the minutes. So yep. If we do not vote, that vote goes through. And if we want to change it, someone has to move reconsideration and we have to vote on reconsideration.
Yeah, I'm going to Steve Brist, I think. Steve, are you on? I don't know that this is exactly reconsideration because we aren't reconsidering the decision, the exact decision we made last time. City staff brought us a different option that we didn't even look at last time.
But so, we shouldn't have voted if we wanted a different option. I mean, honestly, I think we made a decision. And if we want to make a different decision, someone has to move reconsideration. And the person who has to move reconsideration either has to have been absent or has to have voted with the majority.
Yeah, Steve, are you on or not? Is Steve Brist still here?
I'm on, but I'm not sure I can answer the question. What was the motion last month?
The motion was, so it wasn't a resolution that required TC approval. It was a review, a project review, similar to what we do with those projects that don't have formal resolutions. And because there were differing opinions on the options that were offered by staff, we ended up voting because of the different opinions. And city staff asked us to look at new options because of what was brought forward at the public information meeting. So I guess, Steve, my thought was it wasn't exactly reconsideration because it's not reconsidering the exact same decision we made last time, because this is different options. And that's a technical question that maybe you can answer.
I would tend to agree with you that that a motion could be made at this time because the facts are different.
Yeah, and
Same
that's only
question
if
that
people,
binds us.
yeah, and that's only if people wish to change the decision that we made on the option that was offered last time on this particular part of the street. The only clarification that I would make is, and help me out here, there's been a lot that we've talked about. There are some other changes that you brought forward in your plans this evening that it sounds like people were comfortable with. Am I correct on that? Renee and Jeremy and Fadi?
Yeah, there are. There are a few other things related, to additional traffic calming options, some little sidewalk changes that would also be a little different than what you saw last time. Yes.
Right. Yeah. So the main, so people were comfortable with those changes, but and again, it doesn't necessarily require a motion because it's just a review. So Alder Foster, go ahead. Are you there, Alder Foster? Oh, Alder Furman, I'm sorry. I misread who had their hand raised. I beg your pardon, Alder Furman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to put in my 2 cents, Chair. I appreciate you pointing out there were some other changes that I certainly think are worth pursuing. I obviously hear there's disagreement about the parking option. It isn't my district at that point of this project, but it is adjacent. I would like to see some sort of small carve out for that particular building if it's feasible. But I also do think that if this board is going to get in this weird position about reconsideration and not looking at this again, it's going to be hard for this board to make recommendations going forward or being part of the process if all of a sudden they're going to build these new rules that, as you said, this is not a resolution. So I'm hopeful this board can come out with some sort of recommendation on this project that's useful for the finalization of this at Board of Public Works. But I don't think anybody should get caught on or technicalities or trying to make up these rules about whether or not this board can take action tonight. This board should make some sort of recommendation coming out of this evening, even if it's as simple as thank you for the new traffic calming stuff, and hopefully some sort of direction on whether or not staff should continue to pursue those parking spots in front of that affordable housing building. But going down the direction of trying not to make a decision tonight because of reconsideration, I just put up my hand for that because I just think that's a really bad place for this board to be going. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Furman, and we're lucky to have Steve Brist here to help us with the technicalities as well from the City Attorney's Office. Robbie, go ahead.
Okay, given that, I will move to affirm the decision from last month for buffered bike lanes on Old Middleton Road to support the safety measures farther west on Old Middleton Road along the curve, and to ask staff from various departments to look at both parking restrictions or parking changes on Gillette. I may have that street wrong. I apologize. You can correct that. Merrill Crest to improve parking close to Old Middleton Road, and to see if there is a way for the city to assist the apartment complex that serves people with disabilities and low income acquire some parking that would be satisfactory to them other than Old Middleton Road. So that's my motion.
Okay. So what I have is move to affirm the decision from last time to maintain the buffered bike lanes to support the safety measures further west on Old Middleton Road, and to ask staff to look at parking restrictions on, help me with the name of that street that starts with G.
It's ghetto.
Ghetto.
Gettle, thank you. Thank you so much. On Gettle, and Old Merrill, and see if
Changes on Merrill Crest.
Merrill Crest, okay, well, I was close. And see if the city can assist the apartment building that we've been talking about that serves people with disabilities and the people who have low income and also disabilities. So is there a second for that? Alder Miadzi, is that a second?
Yes, it's the second.
Okay, so discussion. Did you want to speak to your motion, Robbie?
Well, only that there seems to be adequate amounts of parking in the area. It's just a question of the distribution of who gets to use it. And we have heard several times from the folks that are running the subsidized housing that the folks next door, that they don't have the money to rent parking spaces from the people next door, but there appears to be adequate amount of parking next door. And so perhaps the city, in some way or another, I don't know the intricacies of the housing committee or CDA or any of the other folks over there, but perhaps they can assist in acquiring some parking that would meet the needs of the people in that housing complex.
Okay, Alder Miadzi, did you have other comments?
No, just wanted to basically piggyback on what my colleague said about making sure that we move forward on this.
Okay, other comments. Let's see. Robbie, are you done? I'm going to lower your hand if you are, okay? And Alder Miadzi, are you done?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I just don't want to lower your hands if you're not done. Bridget, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure that I understand here. So if we were to affirm Robbie's motion, then that essentially has the effect of delaying the project until next year.
I don't think so, Bridget, because we're affirming the buffered bike lanes and that those have been drawn already. Fadi, is that correct?
Okay.
No,
Yes, correct.
no, it's a valid question. Let's ask.
I believe that assessment is correct, Chair. You described it perfectly.
Okay, so then the motion wouldn't be to wait to enact the project until there is sufficient parking secured for the residents that is some sort of acceptable alternative, right?
My understanding of the motion, Bridget, is that we would look at putting some parking restrictions on these other streets so that it would be shorter term parking and help provide more available parking, and that the city would try and work with the folks in that apartment complex to see what assistance they could offer there, but that wouldn't hold up the project. Correct?
But
that was the intention of your motion, Robbie? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, but it also wouldn't provide a resolution for those residents. And it seems to me like, I guess the issue is that some sort of parking should have been secured for the acceptable parking should have been secured for the residents when the facility went up. It sounds like that was attempted but wasn't feasible. So I guess I'll just say I'm probably not comfortable voting yes on this resolution. I'd like some more assurance that there can be some acceptable solution for for residents there. And it may be that I'm not understanding the entire picture clearly, but at this time, yeah, I'm not comfortable with that motion.
Okay, other comments or discussion? Alder Miadzi, go ahead.
Does city staff have another picture of the current situation or the current parking right now, or?
You mean the plan we approved last time for this area, Alder Miadzi, or?
Just a sky view or something like that to show that there might be adequate parking at the moment, and to look for more, or just something to that.
Like an over.
I have an overview plan. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, give me a second. Okay, so this is Overton Road, Merrill Crest. So in here, there's an overview picture. You can see the off-street parking on the businesses. For location purposes, here's Ghetto, here's Kanaki's. So yeah, I hope that that's good enough for what you're
Does that help, Alder Miadzi?
Yes, hopefully. I don't know if that secures any concern with fellow colleague Bridget, as far as when we talk about adequate parking or.
I don't know, Bridget, does that address your concern? Go ahead, Bridget.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that it does, because what I'm hearing is that, or what I think I heard before is that the alternative parking that's available in the area isn't meeting folks' needs. And I'm hearing, I guess, we have obviously two different sides here, and I'm just not, I'm not comfortable quite at this time, and that's fine. I don't probably need to be for the motion to pass, but I'm just not quite comfortable here that this is an acceptable solution for everyone.
Okay, did you have further thoughts, Alder Miadzi?
No, thank you.
Okay, so what I have is a motion to maintain the buffered bike lanes that were approved at the last meeting. Also to support the safety measures further west on Old Middleton Road, to ask staff to look at the parking changes or restrictions on Gettle and Merrill Crest, and see if the city can assist the apartment complex with their parking needs. Alder Miadzi, did you have other comments, or no? Okay, Bill, you have a comment?
Yes, my concern with the motion as stated is that for some of those things to happen, it's not by this jurisdiction of this committee, and there's nothing in that indicate how that process will, when or if it would even be started and who would start it. So I'm concerned about that. So I would be opposed to that motion.
Sabrina, are you still on? Is Sabrina still on?
I don't think she is.
Okay, and we can certainly ask Sabrina to look at that. Robbie, go ahead.
I don't think it's necessarily a Sabrina thing, because it would be probably off-street parking, which is not in the city right of way. My understanding was that there is quite a bit of parking next door to the apartment building, and they have a very good relationship with the owners of that property, but they do not have the financial resources to pay to rent or reserve parking spaces. That it is a financial issue, not a physical issue. And so I don't think it's a parking utility issue. I think
Robbie, I was talking about the parking restrictions you were talking about on Gettle and Merrill Crest.
Oh,
That
yes.
would be
I'm sorry.
right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I wanted to clarify that the needs of the apartment building, apparently the barrier there
Yeah.
is financial,
Cost. Yep.
not physical.
Yeah. Excellent point. Excellent point. Did you have other thoughts, Robbie? Okay, Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I would have responded to Bill's concern with part of that as well. Like, I mean, yes, we can certainly look into the Gattle Avenue and the Merrill Crest situation, in addition to what Robbie then has pointed out with the off-street parking. And I mean, I would like to point out that in the past in decisions, we have certainly made recommendations that relied on decisions outside of the purview of the Transportation Commission. Like if we look at land acquisitions, for example, or future development proposals that are supposed to secure the right of way. And, you know, sometimes that works out, sometimes it does not work out. I think it's really good to call this out in the motion to make an honest effort to try to fix this problem that clearly exists. But yeah, I think just because it's not necessarily something that we can be sure of as the Transportation Commission will happen, should prevent us from considering these options. So I think, I mean, you know, as I said, I'm conflicted about this. There have been easier cases for me to make up my mind about, but I think I am happy to support this motion as is.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Alder Miazzi, go ahead.
Call the question.
Thank you. I was just going to do that. Good timing. So I believe we need a roll call vote. If you would please, Aiden.
Yep. Charles Miazzi.
Oh, does anybody want me to review the motion? I've said it a couple of times. Okay, we're good. All right, go ahead.
Aye.
Chris McCahill.
Aye.
Denise Jess.
Aye.
Bill Bremer.
No.
Bridget Brown.
No.
Harold Cleaves.
Aye.
Patricia Bennett.
No.
Robbie Weber.
Aye. Aye.
So there's 5 ayes and 3 noes.
And we need 5 ayes to pass a vote. So the motion is carried. Okay, great discussion, and I really sincerely appreciate staff coming back to us with these additional alternatives, being responsive to everyone that has talked with them. We all appreciate that so much. And as we talked about at our last meeting, we really value hearing from people, and we can't always make everybody happy with the decisions that we make, but we certainly value everybody's feedback and are always interested in hearing from everybody. So thank you all so much. So with that, let's move on to Jackson Street and Ohio Avenue.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Aaron Canton with City Engineering Street Section. Go ahead and share my screen. I am the street designer and project manager for the St. Paul Ave, Jackson Street, Ohio Ave, Talmadge Street, and La Follette Ave reconstruction project for 2022 on the Atwood neighborhood on the Near East Side. Here's an overview of the project limits. Thick black line is the streets to be reconstructed. St. Paul from the western end to southern leg of Corey Street. Jackson from Atwood to St. Paul. Ohio from Atwood to St. Paul, and from Bashford to the northern end. Talmadge from St. Paul to the northern end, and La Follette from Ohio to Waubesa. This is picking up where last year's Dunning Street, or this past year's Dunning Street project left off. So far, we've had 2 PIMs for this last week, one in the evening and one midday, and also did an on-site Q&A with some residents out there. Here is a proposed layout of what we're looking at so far. Start here on the southern end of the project, which is more of the street design changes. One of the main things we're proposing is on the blocks of Jackson in Ohio between Atwood and St. Paul, converting them from two ways to one ways, Jackson being the one-way southbound out of the neighborhood onto Atwood, and Ohio one-way northbound into the neighborhood. A driver for this, among other things, is to eliminate the left turn on Atwood, from Atwood onto Jackson Street, close to the signalized Dunning Street intersection. It's a difficult left turn, also due to the Cap City crossing, which comes up pretty fast, but also not quite close enough to really see people trying to cross. So we're proposing the one-way conversions and narrowing, looking a little more closely at Jackson Street, proposing a 14 face-to-face, so 10-foot travel lane southbound, substantially narrowing the terraces. Also proposing a raised tabletop crossing at the Cap City Trail where it crosses here. So it'll be a shortened and raised crossing. And in addition, a stop sign for southbound car traffic prior to the path crossing. Now, in addition to accommodate northbound cyclists, either from Atwood or coming off the path, including a widened 8-foot sidewalk on the east side of Jackson Street here. This is where the ice cream shop is, this property. A previous exhibit was showing a widened sidewalk on both sides. That is incorrect. On the west side would impact trees, so we're only proposing on the east side. And in addition, adding some additional bike parking and making room for additional tree plantings over this block and maintaining no parking on both sides as it currently is. Now looking a little more closely at the Ohio section between Atwood and St. Paul. This is the one-way northbound. Mainline stretch of it will be 20 feet face-to-face, including a 10-foot travel lane and parking on the easterly side. Removing parking on the westerly side. This is in front of the Ohio Tavern. This property, they currently have, or in warmer months had, outdoor patio space there, so had parking removed for that. So this design widens that terrace to about 9.5 feet, creating a permanent outdoor dining space. In addition, crossing the Cap City path, narrowing up, removing one parking stall between this driveway and the path, and narrowing again to a 14 face-to-face through the path here, and including a raised tabletop crossing. I'll note that with these raised tabletop crossings, we're trying to soup up the design a little more than we have in the past, really creating a very level slope, further designating path right of way, level slope really from both ends of sidewalk, either ends of the street. And like Jackson Street, including an 8-foot widened sidewalk on the easterly side here to accommodate southbound bikes, especially to access the Atwood businesses, and including a new RFB for the pedestrian crossing across Atwood here at Ohio Ave. And on the easterly terrace, it's currently concrete. We propose mostly grass terrace with some additional bike parking and tree plantings thrown in there. And with the project, we're going to work with the B-Cycle folks to install a new B-Cycle station right adjacent to the Cap City Trail at Ohio Ave. Now, and don't think I mentioned, but also an additional stop sign at the prior to the path crossing for car traffic going northbound. So adding a stop sign before the path at Jackson, Ohio, and it's outside of the project limits, but adding one at the Cap City crossing at Corey Street over here, keep a consistent stop sign traffic control throughout from Jackson, Ohio, Corey, and Wabisa, which currently has one. Now looking a little more closely at St. Paul. Currently St. Paul is two-way traffic with parking only on the north side, no parking on the community garden side on the south. We propose keeping that, narrowing the street, the whole stretch through the project limits to 25 feet face to face, This would bring in the curb on the garden side, 1 to 3 feet. Existing width varies, but bringing in the curb there will allow us to minimize our impacts to the gardens. I also met with the gardens folks to talk about construction and how that will impact them. And on St. Paul, also proposing speed humps, potentially 3 speed humps through the whole stretch of it. We do have some streetlight data to look at next, but before that, I just wanted to mention at the St. Paul Talmadge Bashford intersection, this did come up from public comment. We are redesigning it and really skinning up the streets at the intersection here, reducing pavement area quite a bit, creating a much more perpendicular alignment for Talmadge and Bashford coming into St. Paul. This alone should really greatly reduce speeds through this area. Right now, it is a very open space without signage. So we think that the curb changes here, narrowing the pavement area will really do a lot for traffic calming. And then otherwise, the rest of the streets are maintaining existing width. Ohio Ave maintaining 26 face to face as Talmadge Street, 26 face to face. These are two-way traffic with parking on both sides. And then on La Follette, maintaining 28 face to face from Ohio to Wabisa, also including bike share markings on La Follette. And we do have some streetlight data that Jeremy pulled together for the area, highlighting on St. Paul some of the higher traffic volumes we've seen between 1900 and 15 to about 2000. So kind of averaging between 15 and 2000 or so along this stretch of St. Paul. Definitely know it's used as a cut through between Milwaukee to Atwood via Wabisa. And we heard from residents the need for traffic calming there, especially with no parking on the south side, the garden side of St. Paul, and a lot of people frequently walking within the street or people tending to the garden, kind of occupying some street space. So a really good opportunity to calm traffic on St. Paul. And I believe that concludes. Available for any questions.
Comments or questions? Alder Biazzi.
What feedback did you get from the people and the gardeners from on Atwood? You said you got feedback from them, but you did not say exactly what if positive or
from the specifically talking to the community garden.
Yes, about.
Yeah. So we met or I met with some of the community garden organizers, just kind of about how construction will impact them and how we can kind of so they can relay to the gardeners at the plots, especially adjacent to St. Paul, of like what areas will see excavation and things that if they want to save, they should remove, and kind of just detailing the project as a whole. But one thing I did not mention was with the public meetings and also a project survey, we did hear positive feedback about the one-way conversions on Jackson and Ohio. Around 80% supported these changes.
I'm sorry. What exactly did they say, the gardeners, if they like it or they oppose it, or?
So I would say I didn't speak to necessarily all the gardeners out there, but talking to a couple of the volunteers who kind of manage it were very much in support of the project. But again, the conversation with them was more about construction impacts, making sure they're aware. But we did gauge the neighborhood as a whole on the general designs.
Thank you. Can you like you did before? Can you just give me an aerial of that location?
Sure, like on
maps, please.
Google Maps, yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So we're on Atwood neighborhood. Here's Atwood. Here's Dunning, the Cap City Trail. Project includes St. Paul, these 2 blocks of Jackson in Ohio, where the path crosses St. Paul to Corey Street, as well as Ohio. Most of the stretch of it, Talmadge Street and La Follette to Wabisa. And the gardens occupy this area between Jackson and Ohio on the south side of St. Paul, and then between Ohio and Corey Street. And then additionally, Corey to Wabisa, which is outside the project limits.
And just for future reference, when the city does its community engagement, I think it's important and imperative that we talk to the people from those gardens so that we could definitely have that's really what we call community engagement, as far as letting them people know, not really the people that take care of it or facilitate it or whatever.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Alder. Other comments or questions? Harold, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, first of all, I want to say, like, yeah, there's lots of great stuff in there. I think the one-way solution is a really smart way of dealing with some of those safety conflicts that have existed. It's great to hear that you're considering improved tabletop crossings, or at this point, there may be not even tabletop crossings anymore, but like just level continuation of the path. So I think that really makes sense, given that this is like one of the busiest bike corridors. 2 questions, pieces of feedback. So that little stop end of St. Paul Avenue past Jackson Street, does that need to have as much pavement as it does? Does it need to be as wide, given that presumably, I mean, volumes there are going to be extremely low, and there's like that community space that people sit on in the grass. So I don't know, maybe we can look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's definitely something we can look at tightening. So we brought St. Paul in a few feet, but kept the cul-de-sacs pretty similar to what they were. But I do think this one is fairly large, especially compared to some of the other ones on the northern end.
Right, and it seems to be only serving like those 2 driveways. So I think that's worth looking into, just, you know, reducing the amount of runoff from streets and reducing maintenance needs always seems to be something good to look at. Could you zoom or scroll to the areas with the new crossings with, I think that's Bashford and Talmadge, or yeah, right?
Yeah.
Right. Was there any consideration to do some tabletopping basically for the sidewalks along St. Paul Avenue? Because looking at the traffic volumes on the, I mean, as you said, St. Paul is busier, maybe there's some through traffic. And so really like reinforcing this idea, like you get off St. Paul and like you're entering a neighborhood and like, you know, you really got to slow down here. I think these treatments to the geometry already make a lot of sense, but I wonder if that might be something in addition to look at, to just keep the sidewalk level ground, and if people want to enter those streets, they have to like go over, which I think really communicates this idea of like, yeah, you got to slow down here. Maybe it might be more effective than, you know, other speed treatments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's definitely something we could look at, raising the sidewalk crossings. One thing that is always a consideration wherever we raise or intercept the pavement like that is just making sure it drains, and usually having to add storm sewer on both sides. But definitely something we can look into, as we are adding storm sewer with the project.
Yeah, I mean, I think traditionally we have not really done that yet, partly because of considerations with drainage and all that. But I mean, this might be a good test case, good example to try it, given the traffic volumes, given what seems to be the support from the neighborhood. And like, yeah, maybe this is something that where we can test this out and see how well it works. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Harold. Anybody have any other comments? Okay, thanks very much, Aaron.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sorry to the folks who were just getting ready to speak on number 11. Let's go back to traffic signal priority list. And go back to it again. So sorry for the wait there, but we obviously had a lot of folks from the public who were waiting and interested in Old Middleton Road in particular. So go ahead. And just assume that, please assume, Graham, that everybody has read the material that you've provided. So.
Certainly.
So good evening again, everyone. So before Graham and Jerry get started, since we have quite a few new members, so I just want to talk a little bit about what it is about and the general process for this. So the annual traffic signal priority list is our mechanism to select intersections for signalization each year. So signalization is a big deal. Not only it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars initially, it also costs city annual maintenance cost and operating cost. So it's a big investment, and also a traffic signal will have a profound impact on the area, as you all know. So signal can be a very good improvement, but also has impacts such as typically we have seen creating more traffic in the area, as the South Street typically gets more attractive as a route for people to choose. So and we do receive many requests here. So because of that, we have this process. So it's going to be a two-step process. So at tonight's meeting, we're going to talk to you about the requests we have received, and we show you a working version of the list, and we look for inputs to focus on some intersections to do further study, and then in February also we'll bring it back with more detailed results, and we'll ask for approval for some intersection to signalize. So typically we have a resource to signalize 1, 2, or 3 intersections every year. So that's a kind of general background. I'll pass on to Graham and Jerry.
Sure thing. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Yang, and thank you folks for the opportunity to speak tonight. Graham Heights, electrical section lead for the traffic engineering division here at the city. Of the materials distributed prior to the meeting, we'll probably be focusing mostly on the document titled 2021 TSPL, which stands for Traffic Signal Priority List, requests and study recommendations, as well as the TSPL 2021 TC working list, which is basically the list that Yang mentioned earlier. I guess I'd just like to pause here, just a quick sidebar. It was kind of mentioned that perhaps correlating the two documents may be difficult as time goes on. We seem to be adding more intersections to the list than maybe we're able to take off. And so therefore, I think the list has kind of evolved, grown a little bit. So we'll try to look at ways to format those two such that perhaps it's easier for commission members to reference between them here. But maybe something to look forward to for next year's presentation. So with reference to the document titled requests and study recommendations, I'd just like to quickly review the changes to the list this year. We added 6 intersections to the list, and I'll try to refer to where those intersections kind of land on the overall, the working priority list, which is kind of the 3-page document that we mentioned earlier. Firstly, East Wash and Lexington Avenue, which is by our initial ranking, is listed as number 22 in the intersections that just fall under the warrant criteria. East Wash and 2nd Street, which is number 42 on the list that falls just under the warrant criteria. East Wash and Independence Lane, which is currently listed number 4 on the list of intersections that actually exceed warrant criteria. Sheboygan Avenue, Whitney Way, which is number 3 on the list, which is over. Marcy Road and Troy Drive, which is actually 89th on the list of the intersections that fall under the criteria. And we have Sharpsburg, Sprecher, and Wyalusing. I apologize for any confusion. That one is not on the list because that was added slightly later in our in the time period where we're receiving comments, and so we didn't have any placement criteria for that within the list itself. So that is pending. That will show up on the list the next time it's presented to this commission. Also like to make a mention of a intersection that was recently requested, actually just this week, at Monona and Winnetka, which is also we'll also be discussing a little bit later in this presentation here. So we'll have to see how that intersection is able to be fit in with this year's, if we're able to, depending on count data ability. Anyway, intersections that were removed from the running list include Henry Street and West Wash. We're in the process of working on plans for signalization of that intersection, and Packers Aberg, which hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be able to turn on that signal prior to the end of the year. So that was the list of changes, just a kind of a brief overview. Intersections are typically based on data collected in the field. Last year, just to acknowledge, we did have some traffic volume changes that were unanticipated due to the pandemic. This year, based on some initial results, we're optimistic that we're able to get, again, more reflective data that we're able to collect based on kind of a return of those volumes. So we're hopeful that we'll get some meaningful data here this year as well. We carried over a couple intersections as a consequence of the pandemic that were located near schools. Gary will be talking about that later. Just real quick overview of a description of the process. As Yang mentioned, when we receive the request, we will do a high-level crash history of that location, see generally what the number of crashes are at that intersection, perform automated intersection approach counts, and then based on those counts, compare that against MUTCD, which is the Manual and Uniform Traffic Control Devices published by FHWA. We'll compare those volumes against warrant criteria. There are 9 warrants with 11 criteria. We've primarily focused on the first 2 warrants, which are based on more sustained volumes throughout the course of the day, where we're looking for continued need for signalization at an intersection, not just a spike in volumes. These warrant criteria are statutorily adopted and applied to agencies throughout the state, so we regard them highly in that sense. Based on that initial ranking, we'll add it to the list and determine whether or not the intersections are a certain percentage over or under meeting the primary volume warrants. And that is the list that you have in front of you. So the initial ranking is based on kind of, I would say, more generalized data collection, and we will fine tune that as we move through the process here. What that results in is a list which is also included in the recommendations document, which proposes intersections for further study. So through the discussion tonight, we'll ask for concurrence on the list of intersections and do more intensive studies to include manual turning movement counts, pedestrian bike counts, delay queuing studies if necessary, operational analysis for any users of the intersection, and then we will re-rank those intersections against their peers. Also, more intensive crash study will be performed to weed out any crashes that may not be susceptible to correction by a traffic signal. We know through the installation of a signal that we will be, through experience, we'll be increasing the potential for rear end crashes. And so we will basically dismiss those based on the fact that we're looking to correct crashes that are will be remedied through the addition of a signal at an intersection. Just to summarize, we'll try to look at intersections and see that they perform an overall benefit to a location. Obviously, there's some disbenefits to include increased delays, emissions, potential for rear end crashes and so forth. So we want to recognize that when we perform our analysis. As Yang mentioned, there's increased O&M, which is operations and maintenance. There may be required geometric changes and so forth. So it's not a decision to be taken lightly, although there's many signals throughout the urban area. They are one of the highest forms of intersection traffic control. So I want to consider that in that regard. Any intersections that are not considered for signalization may be also considered for other treatments by other programs and funding sources. So to include RFPs for pedestrian crossings and so forth, or always stop considerations. So I guess with that, we'll look forward to present the details. I will defer to Jerry at that point for that purpose, but at this point, I guess I'd like to pause though and see if there's any questions about process and how we will be considering these as we move forward.
Yeah, I have my video muted because it said my internet was unstable, so that's why you can't see me at the moment. But does anybody have any comments or questions? I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay, sounds good. If not, actually, I think I'll hand the reins to Jerry and ask that we go through the requests for this year and their potential for ranking.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jerry Schippa with the City of Madison Traffic Engineering Department. Working off the 2021 traffic signal priority list, recommendations and further study on the bottom of page 1, or the bottom half of page 1, is a list of all the requests that we've received in the last year, and the two, as Graham mentioned, that were carried over from last year, which were due to school not being in person and being unable to collect meaningful data. So going down that list, we have the Mineral Point Road and the driveway to the Memorial James Madison Memorial High School, which I understand that name is currently being changed. We'll have to change our records. Then we have Northport Drive and School Road. And then the next section are the intersections that were requested this year. East Washington and Second, due primarily as requested as a sort of a alternative crossing on East Washington to First Street, or like just another option to cross East Washington, but the main focus was pedestrian and bike access. Then we have Milwaukee Street and Walbridge. That request focused mainly around pedestrian crossing, but also aggressive driving. And I do believe we have a future project here that looks at adjusting some geometry. So we'll keep that in mind. Then we have Marcy and Troy. The request, because it was a well-used school crossing, according to the individual who contacted us. Edgewood and Monroe request revolved around volume of pedestrians crossing and the difficult geometrics of that intersection. And then we also look internally for some recommendations for intersections to study. These might be because of development in the area, or something contextually has changed, or is being planned. So on that list, East Washington Avenue in Lexington, which was requested internally due to school crossing to Hawthorne Elementary School. East Washington and Independence through Metro staff due to future BRT stop at that intersection. Sheboygan Avenue, Whitney, and Seago and Sheboygan are two similar BRT routes where they would be making a left turn off Sheboygan onto Whitney and Seago. Packers Avenue and 6th, and Blackhawk, Joyce Erdman, and University are two that have been on the list for a while and have been requested in recent years, and we're kind of looking at that with under new perspective with some of our, I believe, the Safe Streets program. So we're potentially looking at kind of packaging some treatment with a bit of a broader project. These are two intersections that have tricky geometry to just throw up an RFB. So we're kind of, we added those to the list to kind of get some new numbers to kind of hand it off to perhaps another project. And then as Graham mentioned, two recent additions were Sharpsburg, Sprecher, Wyalusing, that being a metro request, and Monona and Winnequa being kind of a difficulty crossing and access. So of those intersections that were requested, we gathered initial hose counts or radar counts. Basically, they just collect the volume entering the intersection, and that's volume of vehicles. We run it through our analysis, or through our through the warrant analysis, and we kind of get a rough idea of where it's landing. It's not the final position, final ranking, or percent above or below, but kind of based on where it falls, we recommend further study, and we try to pair the specific studies with the specific requests. So going out of those intersections, we will do 5-year crash history review for every one of them, but additional studies we're recommending for the following intersections. So that would be East Washington Avenue and Independence, which is number 4 meeting signal warrants. Mineral Point Road and the Memorial High School entrance, which is number 1 for meeting signal warrants. Northport Drive and School Road, which is currently number 5 for meeting signal warrants. Blackhawk Avenue, Joyce Erdman University, which is number 21 below meeting minimum warrants. Milwaukee Street and Thompson, which is number 40 for below meeting warrants. Packers Avenue and 6, which is number 2 for below meeting warrants. Monroe Street and Edgewood, which is number 4 for below meeting warrants. And the 2 late additions, which are Sharpsburg Drive, Sprecher, Wyalusing, which does not appear on the list because it's a new intersection, or new intersection to this list, and Monona and Winnequa for the same reason.
Can I stop you for just a second, Jerry? So is Monona and Winnequa, can I stop you for just a second? So is Monona and Winnequa, that's not on the one that I have printed out in your recommendation. So is that a verbal addition to your recommendation?
That is a verbal addition. Yeah, we got that request yesterday or Monday, Graham?
I believe it was yesterday.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. So when we take action on your recommendations, I just want to make sure that I have everything correct. Thanks.
Yep.
To the point though, I think we probably could have put a footnote on Blackhawk, Joyce Erdman and University, as well as Packers and 6th. And as Jerry mentioned, I think we're kind of looking at packaging now those slightly differently. So the others were in regards to that. I think what we're looking to do is perhaps try to treat those intersections and those crossings as part of a separate project that may consider bike routing and connections a little more holistically with some other intersections potentially. So if we can swing that with the Safe Streets program, that might be a way to address those identified requests. So The other intersections were based on their position or their recommendation for further study was based on kind of where they were at in terms of the initial review of the traffic signal warrants, as well as the safety considerations at, I think, Milwaukee and Thompson. Am I speaking correctly to that one, Jerry?
Yeah, Milwaukee and Thompson was one that was kind of carried over from previous years. And the history behind that was we have both Metro potentially looking at an improved bus stop there, or improved over what's currently there. But also some, you know, we might think there might be some geometric changes that could address some of the issues out there before looking at a signal.
Thank you.
So that would be a slightly bigger project than what our ped bike project used to be able to handle, but not quite as significant as a traffic signal.
And I guess lastly, I think Monroe and Edgewood was primarily due to the school crossing concerns and considerations at the location. Again, Sharpsburg, Sprecher and Wyalusing, and the other intersection at Monona and Winnetka were kind of late additions. So I think it's kind of, we'll definitely look at the safety performance of those locations, but being kind of later additions, we could perhaps include those on the list for further study to see where those may shake out. So admittedly, it's quite an aggressive list from previous years. And so if I think thinking of the other two intersections at Blackhawk and University and Packers and 6, maybe in a slightly different context, will be helpful for kind of weaning down the list from the larger study related to traffic signals, I feel, but it's still an aggressive list, I think, for this year nonetheless.
So if I can just clarify, Graham, even though you might be looking at Blackhawk Avenue and Joyce Erdman Place and University Avenue and Packers Avenue and 6th in conjunction with other projects, if I'm understanding that correctly, you still want them on the recommendations for further study because you still need to look at them, correct?
I think having the updated volume counts and additional study information at that location or those locations would be helpful. Looking at the recommended list from last year's intersections, I think we had pretty good resolution on a lot of those. I think these were kind of too lingering locations, so some additional study may be helpful, and then hopefully provide some direction on what we may want to do at those locations.
Okay, so the recommendations for further study are what are shown in what was distributed to us on the second page of that document, plus Monona and Winnetka, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Comments from members and alders who are not members who are present. Alder Yazzie.
I just had a question. Somebody reached out to me. I don't know if I spoke to you guys about it, but I think Kennedy and Northport Drive, I think that was one of saying that there was an accident there, and they would like to see the flashing lights like that. That's at the bottom of Northport, by the shopping center, Northport Center over there. So I'm just wondering if that was something that was addressed or that you guys knew about.
I did not. See, that intersection is currently signalized, Kennedy and Northport, on kind of the far northeast side. If I understand the question properly, maybe there's a question about a modification to the operation of that signal.
I guess there's a place, Northbridge Terrace, where a lot of apartments, low-income apartments, kids are crossing the street in order to get to the school or get across, or even the apartments across Kennedy Apartments. So people are thinking about some kind of signal lights to, like you see at the bottom of Northport, across from Northport Shopping Center, that allows pedestrians or kids to cross safely. And I guess there was a recent accident there that my constituents are concerned about.
I wasn't aware of the incident. I know that that is, if I'm looking at the right location right now, it's not too far from our intersection at Kennedy. We would need to be kind of cognizant of, adjacent proximity of devices and so forth. That sounds like it may be a candidate to get reviewed for perhaps one of like our bike ped safety program or something like that. And perhaps that's something we could reach out to you about separately, if that would be appropriate.
Yes, I appreciate it.
Okay, certainly.
Yeah, and if I could add to that, I know it's not the same exact place, but Northport School should have its RFB operational this week, maybe next week. So that's on the list to be studied, but it will also have an RFB, the flashing pet activated lights
soon. Thank you.
But I'm sorry. Just a real quick question. If I understand the location properly, it's at Northport and Northridge Terrace is the location of concern.
Yes, the street right there. There's a lot of low-income apartments way back in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other comments? Okay, we need a motion to approve the recommendations for further study that were listed, plus the addition of Monona and Winnequa. Alder Miadzi? Are you muted, sir?
Sorry, motion to approve it. And also too, if the things I verbally mentioned could be added onto the list for the verbal considerations.
So they'd either be added there or they might be added like in Safe Streets Madison. Is that what you were thinking, Graham?
Yes, I'm just looking at that location. I'm not confident that would be a location that would receive kind of a high ranking, especially given the proximity of that location to an existing signalized intersection, due to perhaps some corridor and operational type considerations between the two intersections there. So, but I do feel that we could probably look at that with kind of under the lens of the pedestrian enhancement.
Yang, did you have a comment on that?
Thank you, Ann. Yeah, basically along the same line as Graham. Looking at the location, given its close proximity to the Kennedy signal, it will cause quite a few operational issues when we space signals that close, and also it's very unlikely it's not going to meet it's far from meeting signal warrants. So I would say signal might not be the best solution for that, but we can look in other tools to see whether we can find some improvements to help with the situation. So yeah, I recommend we're not adding that to the signal list, but we will take a look at situation, potentially coming up with a project to be evaluated by with the Safe Streets Madison program.
So is that acceptable, Alder Miadzi? We would not include it in your motion. It would just be a comment to look at that, have staff look at that and potentially include it under Safe Streets Madison. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, that's acceptable. And Yang gave a very good detailed explanation. So did Graham, so I appreciate it.
Okay, great. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Is that Denise? Yes?
Yep, I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote. Unless anybody wishes to vote no. If so, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, the motion carried, and thanks for hanging with us there, Graham and Jerry, and going out of order. We appreciate it. So, great, thanks, and we'll look forward to seeing you back again in February. So item 12, I will handle introduction here. As you know, our default meeting status for 2021 for city BCCs, boards, committees, and commissions was virtual. The mayor's office and council leadership have asked each BCC to vote on its default meeting status for 2022, i.e. virtual or in person. Hybrid meetings are not an option at this time. Might possibly be available by June of 2022. However, hybrid has not yet been defined. I'll just point that out. We worked on an action memo and Legistar summarizing comments that I gathered and we discussed at various meetings. Virtual meetings appear to offer greater access to many. There were some equity concerns noted that perhaps not everyone has access to technology required to attend meetings virtually. People can call in using telephone, which some people do. And there have been some discussions about offering the public access in the future to city meetings through city-owned computers in city buildings, potentially with staff assistance and city staff assistance and supervision, in hopefully to address that concern. So I don't want to reiterate what was already summarized for you in the action memo, and then also included the email that we received from the mayor's office that gives you the same detail that we received. So I have some personal comments, but I'll hold those per our special rules until everybody else has had an opportunity to make any comments that they might like to make about what we should do. But we need to choose, should we stay virtual for 2022 as our default meeting status, or choose to make a change to in-person. So comments from people. Carl, go ahead.
I'll keep it short. I'm fully in favor of keeping it virtual. I think we've seen many benefits to it, and I'm going to go through all of them. So I would be fully supportive of staying virtual. Thank you.
Okay. Alder Miadzi, you're next.
Yeah, most of my colleagues on the common council wanted to stay virtual. So because of the COVID, because of the variant that they talked about. So I think given this state that we're in about the BRT and a lot of other very important issues that we're going to be needing community engagement, I think it's that I agree to stay virtual, at least to the end of, I think we agreed to the end of May, through the end of May. So at least till then. So I don't know how long.
Well, our decision is to set our default status for 2022. And then there's a process. If we choose to change that, we can vote on it again, but we have to give like a month notice, is what they prefer if we would choose to change our default meeting status in the future.
Okay, I would vote to keep it like that, and yeah, to relook at it at a place where we get this pandemic gets under control, and yeah, so I would vote to remain virtual. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Denise?
Yeah, thanks. I'm pleased to hear that it sounds like we may be leaning towards staying virtual for 2022. Personally, as a person who does not drive and who has a visual impairment, meeting face-to-face would pose some pretty significant participation barriers, which I knew when I said yes to being a commissioner, and now this far in and doing it virtually really has allowed me to fully participate. So I'm grateful for that. And I know for other folks with disabilities who might want to speak or participate or even consider serving on a commission, not having to drive and navigate transportation at night is a huge barrier reduction.
Yeah, thanks. And we truly appreciate you being on the commission and the insight that you offer and the feedback and input. Denise is so valuable. So thanks so much for offering that to us. Much appreciated. Other comments from people? Our special rules allow me as chair to make comments once everybody else has had their opportunity. And I would just tell you, I'm high risk and only able to attend meetings virtually during the pandemic. So from my point of view, the only way I'd be willing to stay involved would be if we remain virtual. And I also have transportation issues in the evening. So, if the decision would be made to go to in person, that would, be very, very difficult for me. So, so those are my thoughts. Other comments from people? Okay, we would need a motion from somebody. Harold?
I would move that we keep the meeting format of the Transportation Commission for 2022 virtual.
Is there a second? Alder Miadzi?
I'll give this one, Bridget.
Okay, Bridget?
Thanks, Alder. That sounds great. Yeah, second.
Okay, thank you. Is there further discussion? Okay, we'll assume a unanimous consent vote unless anybody wishes to vote no or have a roll call vote. Please raise your hand if you do. Okay, motion's carried. Thanks, everybody. Okay, so we are back to item 14, the annual traffic crash report. Yang?
All right. Yeah. Actually, I don't have too much, remarks on this one. But I just want to quickly point out a couple of things. One is that so we were trying to bring the new version of the high injury network to the commission as well as part of the crash facts report. We got very close, but there's some small details we're still finalizing with the UW top slab. So we would not be able to do this year, but we'll do that next year. But for this version of the high injury network, we plan to bring that to the commission very soon, separately, and we may even have our consultants at the UW TOPS Lab may be coming, to talk about it and also, hear any guidance and inputs from you on that. So we, the team actually has spent quite some time on looking to the data, defining high injury network, doing all safety analysis, and also really trying to come up with some projects, for the Safe Streets Madison program, from our data analysis. So I just want to point out that, and also I want to apologize that for a delay of getting the kind of second part of the material to the commission. That's the kind of follow up for the last year's data. As I mentioned, we have been focusing on doing the HIN analysis. So that's taking a lot of time. But I know Mark has been working really hard on it. He stayed in the office till 11 p.m. last night working on this. So typically try to get the material to you as soon as we can. For this case, we didn't give you too much time to look at it in advance. but we'll still ask Mark to talk about it. And you can also look into it afterwards. And if you have any questions, Mark and I will be available, so, and you know how to find us. So with that, I'll hand over to Mark.
Thank you, Yang. Go ahead, Mark.
All right, I have Mark Winters, City Traffic Engineering, and I got two things to talk about. The crash report. I'll introduce the 2020 crash report, which we call the crash facts, and then I got a spreadsheet that goes over 2019 or the last crash report intersections and some of the details of the intersection, the top 30 intersections from that report. And I was just going to talk about it, but I put together a little PowerPoint just I understand there's new members that maybe this will be kind of new to them. So I'll go over kind of just a brief introduction to the report. And if I can share my screen. So it's the report is a compilation of data from City of Madison crashes, any crash within the city limits that occurs on our streets. Doesn't include the private property crashes. It's typically around 5,000, and it's full of statistics that drivers can use to find out what mistakes other drivers are making. It's also just it's our starting point for further analysis on when we do street projects or safety projects. It's only reportable crashes. It means there has to be an injury and $1,000 more damage to a vehicle or property, or $200 if they knock over a sign or street light or something. Here we go. So in our report, we have intersection crashes, roundabout crashes, mid-block crashes. We split each segment into its own little section or chapter of the report. And also, this is our second year now of looking at crashes that are 250 feet from the centroid of the intersection. So we used to just look at the crashes that were in the crosswalk area, which usually were turning movements and other angle type of crashes that happen in the intersection. But now we've switched to looking at 250 feet away from the intersection, and that way just to get a little broader look. And it's also more consistent with how the MPO looks at their crashes, how MPD looks at theirs, and also how when we do state projects, how they look at their crashes for safety funds. So on the left here, it's a typical intersection high frequency crash intersection table. On the left, on the right is a more robust or more comprehensive look that we also provide at the end of the report. So the top 30, where we look at the crashes, severity of crashes.
Mark, can you make that full screen so it's easier to read? We're seeing all your icons on your desktop, so I'm wondering if you can make it bigger.
Make it bigger.
Can you maximize the screen so that's all you see on your screen? Because we're seeing what you see on your screen, Mark.
So let me go to this page then. I'll just show that page real quick. That way I can zoom in better. I can make this much bigger. So this is our typical look at our top 30 crashes by crash frequency in all crashes within 250 feet of the center of the intersection. There are some exceptions. If there's a roadway that's nearby, a particular crash that's within 250 feet of this intersection, of a particular intersection, might go to the other intersection if it's closer to that one. But there's just a few occasions where that occurs, but generally we're looking at anything within 250 feet of the centroid of the intersection. So here we we're counting them out, and that's just the crash frequency, and it's just for the 1 year. The other main part of the intersection is where we top 30 intersection look is a review. It's where we use the EDPO crash summary, which stands for equivalent property damage only, which includes the severity of all the crashes that occurred within 5 years of the 250 feet of a particular intersection. So and the way it's calculated is each crash, or the severity, is weighted depending on the severity and the type. It's something that we got from the UW labs methodology, and we incorporated it into our top 30. Now, there we go. So this not only looks at the weights of the severity of the crashes, but also it's a 5-year summary. That's just a little bit more comprehensive look at each intersection. The report, once it's approved by the TC, we will put it on our website under reports and studies. It'll be available as a PDF. Here's just a sample of what the PIN map looks like. This is also in the report. And that's just a quick little brief of I wanted to do of our crash facts report. And before I go on to the next follow-up portion, I can answer any questions on the actual 2020 report, which I'll try to make as big as I can here. If there's any questions we have for this. So trying to get to that. This is just kind of our, oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, are there comments or questions on the 2020 annual traffic crash report?
I'll just flip through some of the pages while we're thinking.
Or crash facts, as you're calling it.
And I guess I forgot to mention that also this year, as requested by the Transportation Commission last time, they thought it'd be a good idea to provide some crash diagrams for the top 5. So the report now has the top 5 intersections with diagrams included.
Very helpful.
roundabout section. This year, it's about 60 pages, so there's a lot to go through.
Carl, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe an overarching question. I mean, Yang, when you talked about the high injury network and the analyses that are happening there. There's Total Vision Zero project, which includes a big reporting component. So I guess I'm kind of asking myself, we have this piece, we also have the enforcement report, but I guess going forward from your perspective, like how does the crash facts report relate to other reporting efforts in the context of Vision Zero, or maybe other ones that I'm not thinking of? Because, I mean, this is great work, and I mean, a ton of work went into this. I just want to make sure that we spend that effort most effectively and don't duplicate work where we see the same data twice, or we don't bring it together in a way. So yeah, that's maybe my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll try to answer that first, and Mark, you can chime in as needed. That is an excellent question. So we ask that question a lot as well. This crash facts report has been a tradition for us, but in recent years we made quite a few changes to it, and we also changed the name from crash report to crash facts, for the fact that this report really only gives statistics about the crashes happening in the city for the last year, and now we also kind of add average data for the last 5 years. So these are giving you some ideas about the trends and what type of crashes we have been experiencing, and without really digging too deep into it, unless you look into that kind of crash diagrams that Marcus talked about. So that's the kind of purpose of this report. Recently, you all know that we start to dig into data more deeply, especially Vision Zero is very data driven, and this is very helpful, but this didn't go as far as we want. So we start to work on developing a high injury network. It involves a lot of the same data, but the analysis will be different. So for that analysis, the focus is more on which are the streets in the city that experience abnormally high level of fatalities and injuries. Compared to this one, it's kind of more general, just effects. So the data is coming from the same source, and they have a different focus. So there is some duplication in work. Obviously, we use some data sets, but for most part, the analysis will be different. But to minimize the actual work, that's why we're trying to spend a lot of effort trying to integrate that HIN as a part of this. So as kind of a part of the more in-depth analysis of this. So that's kind of the way that the kind of big picture of the different kind of data reports that we have been spending our effort on. I'm sure that as we bring the hydrogen network to you, and as we working to integrate that into this work, I'm sure that probably new ideas will come up, and we may, on the direction of the commission, we may do something differently again. But this is the current thoughts right now. Thank you. Great question.
Great. Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. I mean, it's work in progress, and yeah, don't hesitate to come back to us if you think like, oh, actually, it would be much better if we did it this way, and then we can comment on that. So
Thank you.
Okay, are there other comments on the City of Madison 2020 crash facts report? If not, we need a motion to accept the report. Carl?
Moved.
Alderman Yazzie?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, seeing no hands, I'll assume a unanimous consent vote to accept the report. If anybody wishes to vote no, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion is carried. Mark, if you want to go on to your next.
Okay, so now I brought over the spreadsheet that kind of is a little bit more detailed for each intersection. And kind of goes into more of all the individual crashes and what the drivers were thinking or doing or what they noticed, and then we make our comments based on that, and then come up with a suggested review and a treatment, possible treatment. So this list over here of all the top 30 intersections is from the 2019 crash facts report. And then, so it's kind of a busy document, but then there's a lot of information for each intersection. The amount of traffic, the estimated amount of traffic volume, a crash rate, which it's kind of just a rough rate, an injury severity value. That's just weighted similar to the EDPO. So this document's more for our internal use and in decision making and in short-term manner. And it's kind of just a little. It's also a note or documentation of how we look at each intersection. Then we got the previous crashes from the years prior. And what's interesting here is, so 2018 is when 2018, 2017, 2016 is when we just counted within the intersection. So it's kind of, it's a different story when you go 250 feet out and grab all those other crashes. So that's why you got to keep that in mind when you're looking at these numbers, that the 2019 number is including a lot more crashes than in the past. Then as you go along, I got this is a diagram. If I click on that, it'll bring up a diagram of that intersection, the crashes. And now this section here is after reading all the reports. I guess I can do that real quick, just briefly. So after going through all the reports for these crashes, this is at Buckeye and Stoughton. Kind of just do a quick summary, and we have a lot of rear ends. There's 21 out of 28, which is typical of some of these freeway type streets, roads with signalized higher speed. In the comment, this is part of the WISDOT's study corridor. So there's not much we can do in there. It's a WISDOT intersection, and the treatment they're looking at is separated or intersection at this point in their plan. So who knows how long it'll be before it gets to implementation. But now, if anything jumped out here that we noticed, we could inform WisDOT and let them know, hey, it looks like you got a pattern over here that maybe you could adjust your signals or add a sign or something. That's what we do here. But a lot of this looks like this rear ends from typically from congested traffic and people not paying attention, maybe traveling too fast. We've talked about trying to get Stoughton Road here in this area speed reduced, but so far the state hasn't wanted to do that. So each intersection here has that data, and I think if I can zoom out a little bit here. I'm just trying to zoom in so you see a little better. I guess then I'll just go over some of the other points. Top, like for example, both number 1 and number 2 are under WisDOT control, so we monitor, but there's not much we can do. Here's Baldwin and East Wash now. So here we're getting a lot of rear ends because we're going further out from the intersection, but these left turns are kind of concerning. And is there a way? There's 7 of them, and that's turning from eastbound, which is outbound East Wash at that point, to turn north on Baldwin. Well, that doesn't have a left turn arrow. The westbound has a left turn arrow, but not eastbound. So it's just suggested we should look at a protected left here and see how that affects. If we can do something, will that help the intersection? And I think the discussions right now, the feeling is it won't. But we did do some work out there. We included this part of East Wash in our 2020 Vision Zero, where we changed all the crosswalks to continental crosswalks, and we did a speed reduction. So the speed now is 25 as you head out at Baldwin, but it does increase past Baldwin to 30. But at Baldwin itself, you should be at 25. And then you can see here from the 2020 preliminary crashes here, which are now final, it's 10. And that's down from, we had 23. 20, and both of these numbers are with the 250-foot radius from the center of the intersection. So it looks like our improvements or our safety project may have helped the situation there. So anyway, I can go over any other intersection on here, or just leave it for questions at this point. If has any particular thing you want to look at.
The other option too, Mark, is if people look at this, they didn't have much of an opportunity to look at it ahead of time. So they certainly can look at it and get back to you and Yang with any questions that they have too.
Sure.
Comments or questions at this point? I think this is something that we certainly were very interested in seeing, because it doesn't do us any good to accumulate crash facts if we're not using them to improve traffic safety. And obviously Vision Zero is a big part of that. So it's great to have that information. One of the challenges, Carl, do you remember one of our roadblocks, pun sort of intended, with Safe Streets Madison was when we had differing jurisdictions. And we're seeing that here where we can't do certain things. So that's, something that we don't have a solution necessarily for that at this point, but certainly something that we have to deal with, similar to railroad issues and et cetera. So we definitely wanted to see what we've done to try and improve traffic safety at these intersections that have the largest numbers of crashes. So other comments from people? I think this is very valuable for us to see. Robbie, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe you guys talked about the weighted intersection rankings previously, but I really appreciate those because looking at counting fender benders or broken tail lights or a dented door the same as somebody who, ends up in the hospital is, doesn't really tell the full story, shall we say. So I really appreciate the weighted rankings. I have one question, and I don't think there's a good answer to this, and that is, how do we deal with the fact that most bicycle crashes are not reported? And also, I guess the other thing is that because only the reportable crashes require $1,000 damage or an injury requiring medical attention, and a lot of people don't report those injuries, how do we get a better idea of the full view of our bicycle crash issues? And that could probably go for mopeds, maybe pedestrians, although I'm guessing that if somebody's hurt as a pedestrian, they probably report it. So I don't think there's a good answer to it, but it's just something I think we need to think about.
Yeah, Yang, would that be something that with the high injury network that we would be looking at some of those issues? I mean, Robbie, we talked at the traffic calming subcommittee about all of those issues, as well as people who don't report, crashes that don't get reported in lower income areas of the city because the vehicles aren't worth $1,000. So those are all things that have been tossed around, and Yang, the high injury network is something that we're trying to make really help us focus in on the most dangerous intersections in the city.
Yeah, that is correct. And Robbie had a very good point that those unreported crashes are typically not accounted for, and also near misses as well. But for vulnerable users, pedestrians, bicyclists, really sometimes just luck, right? It could be they could walk away with no issues, but it could be another fatal crash if the situation change a little bit. So we are very interested in those. So that's kind of what I talk about. In our high injury network analysis, we have paid a lot of attention to pedal bike crashes. Even some of those might be minor injuries, not as for vehicle crashes. We may look at a K, which is fatality, type A, incapacitating injuries. But for pedal bike crashes, we look at everything. So K, A, and B, at least B is even smaller injuries. We put a lot into those because those could really become another fatality if things change a little bit. So that's one way we kind of accounting for that. And we also have trying to be getting in other data sources, not just from the police reports. So before a pandemic, we actually has been working with the house department, public house department, and trying to see whether we can get maybe hospitalization data. Some of those people may end up bicyclists end up in the hospital a few days later, but they didn't report it. So we're trying to capture some of those in that way. But because of the pandemic, they're so busy, so we haven't got a whole lot of time to collaborate on that. But hopefully we can pick it up when they have more time. Also I'm interested in some of the big data sources that maybe help us to get some near misses information. So the crash never happened, but it could well happen. So there's some technology that's tracking people's mobile device. They're trying to analyze the different patterns. We haven't found a really reliable source on that, but something that we are paying attention to. As Robin mentioned, there's no good answer to it, but at least we are aware of it, and so I think we should try to answer it in the future.
Can I just ask, when people file a self-report form, do those get included? Like, I know that somebody was talking on a Facebook page about how they couldn't claim, I don't know, insurance or something because the police wouldn't show up to report on the crash. And they told them to just file a report. And I just wondered if the self-report crashes are included, because sometimes that might be the case for injuries, more smaller injuries, especially pedestrian bicycle crashes and more minor crashes that may not rise to the level of $1,000 or may require minor medical attention, but not going to the hospital.
Yeah, that's a great question. So Mark, correct me if I'm wrong. So right now, I don't think those self-report crashes are getting captured. I think one concern is that how reliable those data will be, because it's there is no like a third party document things, so it's kind of hard to know what's going on. But I think that could be a valuable thing we look into, at least look into. We may not do same level of analysis as official data that's captured on the police report, but something for if we have concerns over one area, we can check if police department can make those available for us. So at least we can look into those.
Thank you.
I was just going to say that even though we're not getting official forms, I think with the electronic, with the email and our reporter problem, I've seen a pretty good increase in people not necessarily reporting crashes, but reporting near misses and saying that, and reporting things that along the path or along sidewalks that we could improve to prevent something from happening. And we've been pretty responsive with those. We treat those the same with the same weight as if it was an official form that showed a crash or some problem. And we're getting a lot of those.
Very helpful. Thank you. Other questions? Okay, thanks very much, Mark and Yang. And if you do, as you review this additional report on follow-up from 2019, please feel free to contact Mark or Yang if you do have any questions. Thanks so much. Item 15 is report from our crossover members. Chris, you'd be the only one here tonight, so can you give us a brief update on Transportation Policy and Planning Board?
Yes, very brief. Our meeting scheduled earlier this week was canceled, so there hasn't been anything since last time.
Oh, okay, very brief. Oh, that's right. That's right. I recall that now. Thank you very much. I didn't find out till the last minute that it was canceled, so we should have. I guess it was too late to modify our agenda at that point. Thanks, Chris. General announcements by the chair. We still have one vacancy on the Transportation Commission, which is a second alternate. And I wanted to give Yang an opportunity to comment on a recent award that was earned by the traffic engineering team, because I wanted to offer my congratulations to him and his team. So Yang, if you could let people know about that, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you so much, Anne. So you have taken care of a lot of items tonight. So I will be very brief on this, but I will follow up with an email, thanking you for your guidance and also telling you maybe more about the award. But recently, we received an award from ITE International, that's Institute of Transportation Engineers. So it's an organization of transportation professionals, including engineers, planners, consultants, educators, researchers, and it's a pretty big organization. Has 16,000 members over 78 countries. So we were given the 2021 Transportation Systems Management and Operations Council Organization Award. So the IT Awards honors outstanding achievement in transportation, bestows international recognition upon the recipients, and increase the public's awareness of the role and responsibilities of the transportation professionals play in our society. So this specific award that we received seeks to recognize organization that demonstrated the successful use of intelligent transportation system technologies to improve efficiency of transportation facilities with significant societal mobility. So basically, what we done is, as you all know, that Madison is growing rapidly, but we really have limited abilities for expansion due to our geography and also land use pattern. Our community also values a more sustainable growth pattern, a more sustainable transportation system instead of expanding, making the road wider and wider, building more roads and more roads. So really, our practice. So we have really take advantage of our robust communication fiber network and some innovative software applications, to help manage traffic operations. And we have been doing a lot of remote monitoring and response to traffic conditions in real time. And we were able to use technology to reduce congestion and delay, enhance safety, and improve the overall utility of Madison's transportation network to support the economic growth in a more sustainable manner. So we're being organized for that, and we cannot do that just by ourselves. And so we really appreciate the support, the guidance from the commission, and from everyone here. So we want to share that word with all of you, and thank you for that. Again, I'll stop there, and I will share more information through an email. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Yeah, virtual round of applause for traffic engineering. Excellent job, and great recognition and well-deserved, Yang. So
thank you.
That's all I had in terms of announcements. In terms of agenda items for the next meeting, it's actually pretty slim right now. because other things look like they would be pushed off toward the end of January and February. So we'll have an agenda setting meeting after the first of the year and see what we have. If it ends up that we don't have anything that really needs an action item, we'll look to cancel that meeting on January 12th. If we need to have it, we will. If not, we'll let everybody know. Is there anything else that is not on the future agenda items that was in Legistar, either for the 22nd or for future meetings that somebody would like to see added to the agenda? Any other items? Okay. All right, then we need a motion to adjourn. Thanks for hanging in there with us when we have these only one meetings a month. They tend to be a bit longer. Alden Yazzie. Motion to adjourn?
Big motion.
Okay, I want to go eat some supper. Is there a second? Oh, come on, somebody second. Thanks, Denise. Okay, and thirds, how about fourths, fifths, sixths? Okay. And Steve, thanks for hanging with us too. Appreciate that. And Yang, thanks for being there with us all the way to the end as well. We'll assume a unanimous consent vote in favor of adjourning. And thanks everybody and happy holidays to everybody.